Welcome back to Celestial Scrolls, where ancient Chinese myths and legends come alive through storytelling. Today, we continue our epic journey with Chapter 31 of Journey to the West, the Plateau of Stories Yet to be Told. In our previous episode, Tang Sanzang and his disciples successfully crossed the ocean of collective memory, navigating through treacherous currents of forgotten experiences, resisting the allure of perfect memories, and emerging from the mist of forgetting stronger and more unified than before. Now they stand at the edge of a mysterious red plateau, dotted with enormous stone scrolls, blank and waiting to be written upon. This chapter explores the weight of potential, the responsibility of choice, and how our present actions create the stories that future generations will remember. You'll witness our heroes face trials that test not their past wisdom, but their ability to forge new paths worthy of legend. If you've been following our westward journey with the monk and his extraordinary disciples, you won't want to miss this adventure into uncharted narrative territory. Hit subscribe and the notification bell to continue this legendary quest. Now let's step onto the plateau of stories yet to be told. The red earth of the plateau crunched beneath their feet with a sound like dried parchment, each footstep leaving behind characters that shimmered briefly before fading into the dust. Tang Sanzang paused to examine these ephemeral markings, his scholarly mind intrigued by their fleeting nature. "The ground itself responds to our passage," he observed, pointing to where Wukong's nimble steps had briefly spelled out characters meaning swift journey before dissolving back into ordinary soil. "Most curious, master," Wukong replied, deliberately hopping in a small circle to test the phenomenon. The characters that appeared this time read playful investigation, causing the monkey to grin with delight. Bajie, never one to be left out of an interesting discovery, began shuffling his feet in elaborate patterns. His heavier tread produced characters reading comfortable meandering, which made Sha Wujing chuckle, a rare sound from the usually serious river monster. "It seems our intentions manifest here," Tang Sanzang noted thoughtfully. "The plateau reads not just our actions, but the spirit behind them." Before them, the landscape stretched in undulating waves of red earth, broken by the massive stone formations they had observed from the shore. Up close, these structures were even more remarkable. Each resembled a partially unrolled scroll the size of a small mountain, their surfaces smooth as polished jade, but blank as fresh parchment. The nearest scroll mountain stood perhaps half a li ahead, its curved surface gleaming in the strange, sourceless light that illuminated this realm. As they approached, Tang Sanzang's staff began to hum with gentle resonance, the 108 characters along its length pulsing in slow rhythm. "The staff recognizes something here," Tang Sanzang murmured, studying the increasingly active illuminations on his weapon. "Perhaps these blank scrolls are not as empty as they appear." When they reached the base of the first stone scroll, they discovered it was not entirely featureless. Carved into its base was a simple inscription: "First story, the choice between paths." "A trial, then," Wukong concluded, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. "I wonder what sort of challenge awaits us here." As if summoned by his words, the surface of the scroll began to shimmer and shift. Instead of remaining blank, it began to display moving images like reflections on water, but somehow more substantial. The images showed a crossroads remarkably similar to one they had encountered months earlier in their journey, but subtly different in ways that seemed significant. In this vision, the crossroads appeared in a lush valley surrounded by flowering trees. Three paths diverged from the central point, one leading up a mountain toward what appeared to be a magnificent temple, another winding through a prosperous village where people could be seen going about their daily business, and a third descending into a dark forest where mysterious lights flickered between the trees. But there was something unusual about this crossroads. It was populated not by strangers, but by four figures who looked remarkably like Tang Sanzang and his disciples, though somehow different. The vision Tang Sanzang appeared younger, more uncertain. The vision Wukong seemed wilder, less disciplined. The vision Bajie looked hungrier, more desperate. The vision Sha Wujing appeared even more withdrawn, nearly invisible in his hesitation. "We're watching ourselves," Sha Wujing observed quietly, "but not as we are, as we might have been." A voice emerged from the scroll itself, speaking in harmonious tones that seemed to come from multiple sources. "Behold, a crossroads of possibility. Each path leads to a different version of your story. Choose wisely, for your selection will be written permanently upon this scroll, becoming part of the possible futures others may encounter." The vision Tang Sanzang stood at the center of the crossroads, staff in hand but clearly uncertain. Around him, his three disciples waited for guidance, each drawn to a different path. The vision Wukong was obviously attracted to the dark forest path, where the mysterious lights promised adventure and the unknown. The vision Bajie gazed longingly at the village path, where the smoke of cooking fires and sounds of celebration suggested comfort and plenty. The vision Sha Wujing looked toward the mountain temple, drawn perhaps by the promise of structured spiritual purpose. But which path should the vision Tang Sanzang choose? The real Tang Sanzang wondered aloud. And why must we decide for these alternate versions of ourselves? Another voice joined the chorus from the scroll. Because choice creates story, and story shapes reality. The path you choose for them becomes a possible path for others who face similar crossroads. Choose not just for these shadows of yourselves, but for all who may walk in their footsteps. The gravity of the decision settled upon them. This was not merely an abstract exercise, but a responsibility that would ripple forward through time, influencing countless future decisions by beings they would never meet. "Let us consider each path carefully," Tang Sanzang suggested, approaching the scroll more closely to study the details of each route. The mountain temple path seemed to offer immediate spiritual fulfillment. They could see the vision disciples studying sacred texts, participating in disciplined meditation, receiving instruction from wise masters. It was a direct route to enlightenment, bypassing many of the struggles and uncertainties of their actual journey. The village path showed a different kind of fulfillment. The vision disciples integrated into community life, using their abilities to help ordinary people with everyday problems. The vision Wukong used his strength to help with construction and protection. The vision Bajie became a beloved chef and entertainer. The vision Sha Wujing served as a steady, reliable guardian for the village children. The forest path revealed the most mysterious possibilities. the vision disciples following the strange lights deeper into unknown territories, encountering wonders and dangers that existed nowhere else. Their journey had no clear destination, but each step revealed new mysteries and unprecedented challenges. Each path has merit, Tang Sanzang admitted. The mountain offers wisdom through discipline. The village offers wisdom through service. The forest offers wisdom through exploration. But which creates the best story? Wukong asked, getting to the heart of their dilemma. Which choice helps future travelers most? Bajie, studying the village path with obvious longing, spoke up thoughtfully. The village path looks most appealing to me, but perhaps that's exactly why it might not be the right choice. Easy answers rarely create stories worth remembering. Sha Wujing nodded slowly. The mountain path offers certainty, but growth often requires uncertainty, and yet the forest path might lead nowhere at all. Tang Sanzang stood in contemplation for a long moment, watching the three vision paths play out their possibilities. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled. "I believe we're approaching this incorrectly," he announced. "We're trying to choose the best path, but perhaps the real lesson is about how choices are made, not which choice is made." He approached the scroll and spoke directly to it. "Show us not the vision disciples choosing a single path, but the vision Tang Sanzang teaching his disciples to choose together, each contributing their wisdom to a decision that honors all perspectives." The scroll shimmered, and the vision began to change. Now the vision Tang Sanzang gathered his disciples in the center of the crossroads, and they began to discuss the paths openly. The vision Wukong shared his excitement about the forest's mysteries while acknowledging the wisdom of structure. The vision Bajie spoke of his desire for community while recognizing the value of challenge. The vision Sha Wujing expressed his attraction to order while admitting the importance of growth through difficulty. Together, the vision disciples reached a surprising conclusion. They would not choose a single path, but would visit each in turn, spending time at the mountain temple to build discipline, time in the village to understand service, and time in the forest to embrace mystery. Their journey would be longer and more complex, but it would integrate all forms of wisdom rather than favoring one over others. As this new vision played out on the scroll, permanent characters began to appear on its surface, writing themselves in flowing script. The story of the integrated path, how four travelers chose to embrace all wisdom rather than select one truth. The scroll's voice spoke again, now with obvious approval. "Well chosen. This story will guide others to seek synthesis rather than separation, to build bridges between different forms of wisdom rather than walls." The characters on the scroll settled into permanence, and the moving images faded, leaving behind a beautiful calligraphy that would endure for ages. The first story of their passage through the plateau was complete. "One down," Wukong observed, looking across the landscape at the dozens of other blank scrolls awaiting them, "though I suspect each will present increasingly complex challenges." They continued across the red earth, their footsteps now creating characters that read "unified purpose" and "integrated wisdom," reflecting their success with the first trial. The next scroll mountain was larger than the first. its surface more intricately curved, suggesting a more sophisticated challenge ahead. As they approached, this scroll's inscription read, "Second story, the balance between self and service." This time, the visions that appeared showed not alternate versions of themselves, but scenes from their actual journey, moments when each disciple had faced the choice between personal desire and duty to their mission. But these were not mere replays of past events. They were hypothetical extensions, showing what might have happened if different choices had been made. They watched vision scenes of Wukong abandoning the group to pursue interesting side adventures, of Bajie choosing comfort over the hardship of the road, of Sha Wujing becoming so selfless that he lost all sense of individual identity. Each scenario played out to its logical conclusion, showing both the immediate consequences and the long-term ripple effects. This scroll asks us to judge our own past choices, Tang Sanzang realized, but also to establish principles for future decisions by others facing similar dilemmas. The visions paused, waiting for their input. This time, however, the choice was not about selecting a single scenario, but about identifying the principle that should guide such decisions. After much discussion, they settled on a story about dynamic balance, not a rigid rule about always choosing duty over desire or service over self, but a flexible wisdom that could evaluate each situation individually. Their story emphasized the importance of honest self-examination, consultation with trusted companions, and consideration of long-term consequences over immediate gratification. The second scroll accepted their story, its surface filling with characters describing the principle of conscious choice, how to balance self and service through mindful evaluation. As they progressed across the plateau, each scroll presented increasingly sophisticated challenges. The third asked them to create a story about facing failure and disappointment. The fourth required a tale about dealing with conflicting loyalties. The fifth demanded a narrative about maintaining hope in seemingly hopeless circumstances. With each completed scroll, the landscape around them subtly changed. The red earth grew richer in color, small plants began to sprout along their path, and the air itself seemed to thicken with potential. They were not just writing stories, but actively creating a new layer of reality. The most challenging scroll stood at the center of the plateau, a massive formation that dwarfed all the others, its surface so smooth it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Its inscription simply read, "The ultimate story, the purpose of all stories." When they approached this final scroll, no visions appeared on its surface. Instead, it remained stubbornly blank, offering no guidance about what story it expected. This one requires us to provide everything, Tang Sanzang understood, not just the choice, but the entire narrative framework. They stood before the blank surface for a long time, each lost in thought. Finally, it was Sha Wujing who spoke first. What if the ultimate story is not about achieving any particular goal, but about the value of the journey itself? He suggested quietly, not the destination, but the transformation that occurs through traveling. Wukong nodded enthusiastically. Yes, the story that teaches others that growth comes from facing challenges, not from avoiding them. Bajie added his own insight, and that pleasure and hardship are both necessary parts of experience, neither to be avoided nor indulged in excess, but balanced like ingredients in a perfect meal. Tang Sanzang smiled at his disciples' wisdom. Then let us create the story of the eternal journey, the tale that teaches all beings that the purpose of existence is not to reach a final destination, but to continue growing, learning, and serving others through whatever path life presents. Together, they began to tell this ultimate story to the blank scroll. They spoke of the monk who left his comfortable monastery not because he was dissatisfied, but because he recognized that true wisdom requires engagement with the world. They told of the monkey who learned that true freedom comes not from breaking all rules, but from choosing which ones to honor. They described the pig who discovered that true satisfaction comes not from endless consumption, but from appreciating what is already present. They recounted the tale of the river monster who found that true service comes not from mindless obedience, but from conscious commitment to worthy causes. As they spoke, the massive scroll began to glow with inner light. Characters appeared on its surface, but these were unlike any they had seen before. They seemed to move and dance, forming new combinations and meanings, even as they watched. The story of the eternal journey, how four travelers discovered that the path itself is the destination. But beneath this title, the characters continued to shift and change, suggesting infinite variations and interpretations, a story that would adapt itself to each reader's understanding and need. As the final scroll completed itself, the entire plateau began to transform. The red earth bloomed into a garden of extraordinary beauty, with flowers they had never seen before and fruit trees bearing sustenance for both body and spirit. Streams of clear water appeared, flowing in patterns that seemed to mirror the characters they had written on the scrolls. In the center of this transformed landscape stood a simple wooden gate, unadorned but somehow luminous with inner peace. Beyond it, a path continued westward, disappearing into distant mountains that shimmered with promise. The end of one phase, the beginning of another, Tang Sanzang observed, shouldering his pack and adjusting his grip on his staff. The 108 characters still glowed along its length, but now they seemed to pulse in harmony with the transformed plateau around them. "Do you think our stories will truly help others?" Bajie asked, looking back at the completed scrolls that now dotted the garden landscape. "That is not for us to determine," Tang Sanzang replied gently. "We have written honestly from our experience and understanding. Whether these stories prove helpful depends upon the wisdom and needs of those who encounter them." Wukong was already at the gate, peering through at the path beyond. "Whatever awaits us next, at least we know we've added something worthwhile to the world's collection of stories." Sha Wujing took one last look at the plateau, now transformed from barren potential into abundant reality. "We came seeking the sutras of wisdom," he mused, "but perhaps we've been writing sutras of our own all along." With that observation, they passed through the simple gate, leaving behind the plateau of stories yet to be told, now the garden of stories completed, and continuing their eternal journey westward into whatever new adventures awaited them beyond the shimmering mountains. Behind them, the garden bloomed with increasing abundance, its stories now available to inspire and guide future travelers who would face their own crossroads, their own choices between paths, their own opportunities to write meaningful narratives upon the ever-unfolding scroll of existence. And that concludes Chapter 31. Tang Sanzang and his disciples have successfully navigated the plateau of stories yet to be told, transforming it into a garden of stories completed through their wisdom and choices. What mysteries await them in the shimmering mountains beyond? If you enjoyed watching our heroes create stories that will guide future generations, please hit that like button and share your thoughts in the comments below. Which of the scroll's challenges would you find most difficult? Choosing between different paths, balancing self and service, or creating the ultimate story about the purpose of all stories? Subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss Chapter 32, where our travelers will discover what lies beyond the simple wooden gate in the mysterious mountains ahead. Here at Celestial Scrolls, we're committed to bringing these timeless tales of wisdom and adventure to life, one chapter at a time. Thank you so much for joining us on this journey through the landscape of potential and purpose. I'll see you next time as we continue westward with Tang Sanzang and his extraordinary disciples. Welcome back to Celestial Scrolls, where ancient Chinese myths and legends come alive through storytelling. Today, we continue our epic journey with Chapter 32 of Journey to the West, the Mountains of Mirrored Souls. In our previous episode, Tang Sanzang and his disciples successfully transformed the plateau of stories yet to be told into a garden of stories completed, writing meaningful narratives that will guide future generations. They passed through a simple wooden gate and now face the mysterious shimmering mountains that beckoned from the distance. This chapter delves into the nature of self-reflection and authenticity, as our heroes encounter a realm where they must confront not alternate versions of themselves, but the deepest truths about who they really are beneath all their accumulated stories and identities. You'll witness profound moments of self-discovery that challenge everything they thought they knew about their own natures. If you've been following our westward journey through these philosophical and spiritual challenges, you won't want to miss this deeply introspective adventure. Hit subscribe and the notification bell to continue this legendary quest. Now, let's ascend into the mountains of mirrored souls. The path beyond the wooden gate wound upward through foothills that seemed to shift subtly when viewed from the corner of one's eye. Tang Sanzang noticed this phenomenon first, pausing to study a grove of bamboo that appeared lush and green when looked at directly but seemed to flicker between seasons. Spring growth, summer fullness, autumn gold, winter starkness, when glimpsed peripherally. "Master," Wukong observed, his keen vision detecting the same anomaly, "this place shows us multiple truths simultaneously. The bamboo exists in all seasons at once, but we can only perceive one version when we focus our attention. A realm of simultaneous realities," Tang Sanzang mused, adjusting his grip on his staff. The 108 characters along its length had begun to pulse in a more complex rhythm, as if responding to the layered nature of their surroundings. "We must be approaching something significant." Indeed, as they climbed higher, the shimmering effect intensified. The very air seemed to contain multiple images superimposed upon each other. The path they walked appeared sometimes as worn stone steps, sometimes as a natural trail through wildflowers, sometimes as a narrow ledge carved into bare rock. All versions existed simultaneously, yet each traveler seemed to experience whichever path most closely matched their inner state. For Tang Sanzang, the path appeared as ancient stone steps worn smooth by countless pilgrims, each step inscribed with a different character from various sacred texts. For Wukong, it manifested as a challenging mountain trail, requiring agile leaps between rocks. Bajie found himself walking through a pleasant garden path with fruit trees offering refreshment along the way. Sha Wujing experienced a steady, purposeful road that demanded endurance but promised certain progress. We each see what we need to see, Tang Sanzang realized, watching his disciples navigate their own versions of the ascent. Or perhaps what we expect to see based on our natures. They climbed for what felt like hours, though the sun never seemed to move in the sky above them. Eventually, the individual paths converged at a wide plateau carved into the mountainside. In its center stood a structure unlike anything they had encountered, a perfectly circular pavilion made entirely of what appeared to be mirrors, but mirrors that reflected not light, but essence. The Pavilion of True Reflection, Tang Sanzang read from an inscription carved into the mountain rock. Enter alone, emerge complete. As they approached the pavilion, they could see that each mirror panel showed not their physical appearances, but something far more fundamental. In the reflective surfaces, they glimpsed fleeting images of their deepest motivations, their hidden fears, their secret hopes, their most authentic selves, stripped of all pretense and story. Another trial, Wukong concluded, though this time his voice held less eagerness and more apprehension than usual, and one we must face individually. A voice echoed from the pavilion itself, speaking in tones that seemed to resonate from within their own minds. To proceed beyond these mountains, each traveler must enter the pavilion alone and confront the truth of their essential nature. Only when all four have completed this reflection can the path westward continue. Tang Sanzang stepped forward first, as was his role as leader, but the voice stopped him. Not the leader first this time, but each according to their readiness. The pavilion will only admit those prepared to face themselves without the comfort of their companion's presence. To everyone's surprise, it was Sha Wujing who moved toward the pavilion first. The usually hesitant river monster walked with unusual determination, his massive frame seeming to shrink slightly as he approached the mirror walls. I have spent so long defining myself by my service to others, he said quietly, that I no longer know who I am beneath that identity. If I am ever to find my true nature, it must be now. The mirrors parted like water as he approached, creating an opening just wide enough for him to enter. As soon as he stepped inside, the pavilion became opaque from the outside, concealing whatever was transpiring within. The remaining three waited in silence, each lost in their own thoughts about what Sha Wujing might be experiencing and what they themselves would face when their turn came. Inside the pavilion, Sha Wujing found himself in a space that seemed impossibly vast despite the structure's modest exterior dimensions. The mirror walls surrounded him in an endless circle, each one showing a different aspect of his identity across time. In one mirror, he saw himself as he had been in his celestial existence, proud, somewhat arrogant, serving heaven out of ambition rather than humility. In another, he witnessed his punishment in exile, the centuries of lonely service by the flowing sands, consuming the travelers, not from malice, but from a desperate hunger for connection. A third showed his recruitment by Guanyin, the mixture of relief and uncertainty as he joined Tang Sanzang's mission. But these were still stories, still roles he had played. The mirrors began to shift, stripping away even these identities. Deeper reflections emerged, his fundamental nature as a being who found meaning through connection to something greater than himself, who possessed an almost infinite capacity for patience and endurance, who could find joy in the smallest acts of care and protection. Yet even deeper the mirrors probed, showing him the source of this nature, not weakness or lack of identity, as he had sometimes feared, but a profound strength that came from understanding the interconnectedness of all beings. His service was not self-negation, but self-expression. His loyalty was not submission, but choice. In the deepest mirror of all, Sha Wujing saw himself as he truly was, a being of immense compassion, whose greatest gift was his ability to see the potential for growth in others and to support that growth through steady, reliable presence. He was not the follower in their group, but the foundation upon which the others' more dramatic journeys could unfold safely. The mirrors began to sing in harmonious tones, and Sha Wujing felt a profound peace settle over him. He had not discovered a new identity, but had recognized the truth of his existing one, stripped of all the stories and fears that had obscured it. When he emerged from the pavilion, his three companions immediately noticed a change. Sha Wujing walked with quiet confidence, his head held higher, his movements more graceful. He said nothing about his experience, but his serene smile conveyed that he had found what he sought. Bajie stepped forward next, surprising himself with his readiness. "If Sha Wujing can face his truth," he declared, "then so can I, despite all my flaws and foolishness." The pavilion admitted him, and once again became opaque to outside observation. Inside, Bajie's experience differed dramatically from Sha Wujing's. Where the river monster had faced mirrors of service and connection, the pig disciple encountered reflections of appetite and desire. But these were not the crude caricatures he had expected. The mirrors showed him that his love of food was actually a profound appreciation for the sensory richness of existence, an ability to find joy and meaning in immediate experience that many beings, lost in abstract pursuits, never developed. His romantic nature reflected not mere lust, but a deep capacity for connection and affection. His occasional laziness masked a wisdom about when effort was truly needed versus when acceptance and ease served better. The deeper mirrors revealed his celestial fall not as punishment for weakness, but as the result of his authentic nature coming into conflict with rigid heavenly expectations. His transformation into pig form had not diminished him, but had given him a physical expression more aligned with his true nature. Someone who embraced the earthly, the physical, the immediate, rather than the purely spiritual. In the deepest reflection, Bajie saw himself as a bridge between the spiritual and the material worlds, someone who could find the sacred within the mundane, who could show others that enlightenment need not require the rejection of simple pleasures, but could include them in proper balance. When he emerged, Bajie too carried himself differently, not with shame about his appetites, but with understanding of their proper place in his spiritual journey. Wukong approached the pavilion third, his usual swagger, somewhat subdued. "I, who have always prided myself on seeing clearly," he admitted, "find myself uncertain what truths await me." The pavilion welcomed him, and his experience proved the most turbulent of all. The mirrors surrounding Wukong showed him every aspect of his rebellious nature, his conflicts with authority, his pride, his impulsiveness, but they also revealed the deeper currents beneath these surface traits. His rebellion was not mere defiance, but a profound commitment to justice and freedom. His pride was not empty vanity, but recognition of his authentic capabilities. His impulsiveness was not thoughtlessness, but an intuitive wisdom that often acted correctly before slower rational processes could intervene. The mirrors dug deeper, showing him the source of his protective instincts, not aggression, but love expressed through action. They revealed that his greatest strength was not his fighting prowess, but his ability to inspire others to exceed their own expectations, to show them possibilities they had never imagined. In the deepest mirror, Wukong saw himself as a catalyst for transformation, a being whose very presence challenged others to grow beyond their limitations. His role was not to dominate or control, but to demonstrate that all boundaries were ultimately illusory, that any being could transcend their perceived limitations through courage and effort. When Wukong emerged, he moved with a new quality of stillness beneath his energy, power under conscious control rather than barely contained chaos. Finally, Tang Sanzang approached the pavilion. As the monk stepped toward the mirrors, his staff began to glow more brightly, the 108 characters creating a spiral of light around him. Inside the pavilion, Tang Sanzang's experience encompassed all the others while adding dimensions uniquely his own. The mirrors showed him not just his current incarnation as a Buddhist monk, but his eternal nature as golden cicada, his cycles of birth and teaching across countless lifetimes. But the deeper revelation was about the nature of his teaching itself. The mirrors revealed that his true gift was not his knowledge of scriptures or his spiritual discipline, but his ability to create spaces where others could discover their own wisdom. He was not primarily a teacher, but a facilitator of learning, not a leader, but a catalyst for others' growth. The deepest mirror showed him the profound truth of his westward journey. It was not ultimately about retrieving scriptures from a distant land, but about creating a story that would inspire countless others to undertake their own journeys of growth and discovery. The physical scriptures were symbols. The real teaching was the example of persistent effort toward enlightenment despite obstacles. In the final reflection, Tang Sanzang saw himself as a living bridge between potential and actualization, someone who could perceive the enlightened nature already present within others and help them recognize it in themselves. When he emerged from the pavilion, the four travelers stood together, transformed. Each had faced their deepest truths and emerged not changed, but clarified, not improved, but revealed. As the last of them exited the pavilion, the mirror structure began to dissolve into particles of light that swirled around them before settling into their bodies. They felt the integration of these insights into their very essence, becoming permanently part of who they were. The path beyond the pavilion now appeared clearly to all of them, not multiple simultaneous versions, but a single road that honored each of their natures while leading toward their common destination. The shimmering effect of the mountains had stabilized into clear, beautiful landscapes that spoke to their newly clarified vision. "We are the same people we were this morning," Tang Sanzang observed as they began walking the revealed path. "Yet we see ourselves and each other with new clarity." "The stories we wrote on the plateau were about creating wisdom for others," Wukong added thoughtfully. "But we needed this experience to ensure our own wisdom was authentic rather than merely theoretical." They walked now with a new harmony, each more fully themselves while being more connected to the others. The mountains around them reflected this integration, no longer shifting and uncertain, but solid and beautiful, their peaks reaching toward a sky that promised further adventures ahead. As they descended the far side of the mountains of mirrored souls, they could see in the distance their next challenge, a vast plain, dotted with what appeared to be countless small villages, each sending up thin columns of smoke into the clear air. "The plain of 10,000 communities," Tang Sanzang read from another stone marker, "where we will learn the wisdom of the multitude." But that was an adventure for another day. For now, they savored the clarity that came from having looked deeply into the mirrors of their own souls and emerged with greater understanding of who they truly were beneath all their accumulated stories and roles. The mountains behind them gleamed in the afternoon light, their mirrored pavilion now invisible, but its gift permanent. For travelers who knew themselves well enough to offer authentic wisdom to whatever challenges lay ahead on their endless journey westward. And that concludes Chapter 32. Tang Sanzang and his disciples have successfully navigated the mountains of mirrored souls, each discovering their authentic nature through deep self-reflection in the mystical pavilion. Now they face a new landscape, the plain of 10,000 communities, where they'll learn wisdom from the multitude. If you enjoyed this introspective journey into the true nature of our beloved characters, please hit that like button and share your thoughts in the comments below. Which character's revelation resonated most with you? Sha Wujing's discovery of his foundational strength, Bajie's integration of spiritual and material wisdom, Wukong's understanding of his role as a catalyst, or Tang Sanzang's realization about facilitative teaching? Subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss Chapter 33, where our travelers will encounter the countless communities of the plain and discover what wisdom emerges from the collective experience of ordinary people. Here at Celestial Scrolls, we're committed to bringing these profound tales of self-discovery and spiritual growth to life, one chapter at a time. Thank you so much for joining us on this journey through the landscape of authentic self-knowledge. I'll see you next time as we continue westward with our transformed and clarified heroes. Welcome back to Celestial Scrolls, where ancient Chinese myths and legends come alive through storytelling. Today, we continue our epic journey with Chapter 33 of Journey to the West, the Plain of 10,000 Communities. In our previous episode, Tang Sanzang and his disciples emerged transformed from the mountains of mirrored souls, each having discovered their authentic nature through profound self-reflection in the mystical pavilion of true reflection. Now they descend toward a vast plain dotted with countless small villages, each sending thin columns of smoke into the clear air. This chapter explores the wisdom that emerges from collective human experience as our heroes discover that enlightenment is not just a solitary pursuit, but something that can arise from the shared stories and struggles of ordinary communities. You'll witness how the simplest human interactions can contain profound teachings, and how helping others often reveals truths about ourselves. If you've been following our transformed travelers on their westward journey of discovery, you won't want to miss this exploration of community wisdom. Hit subscribe and the notification bell to continue this legendary quest. Now let's step onto the plain of 10,000 communities. As they descended from the crystalline peaks of the mountains of mirrored souls, the vast plain spread before them like an enormous tapestry woven from countless threads of human activity. What had appeared from a distance as simple villages revealed themselves to be far more complex. Each community was unique in its customs, architecture, and way of life. Yet all were connected by an intricate network of paths that crisscrossed the plain like veins in a vast living organism. Tang Sanzang paused at the foot of the mountains, studying the scene before them. His staff, still glowing with the 108 characters, now pulsed in rhythm with the distant sounds of community life. Hammers on anvils, children's laughter, the lowing of cattle, the calls of merchants. "How many villages do you count, Wukong?" the monk asked, knowing his disciples' keen eyesight would penetrate the morning mist better than anyone's. The Monkey King squinted into the distance, his golden eyes scanning the horizon. "I see. It's difficult to say, Master. The communities seem to shift and change as I watch. Some appear to merge together, others split apart. I count perhaps 10,000, but the number fluctuates." "A living plain," Sha Wujing observed, his newly clarified vision allowing him to perceive patterns his companions might miss. The communities are not static, but respond to each other's needs and changes. Bajie, his enhanced understanding of the balance between material and spiritual, making him sensitive to practical matters, pointed to the nearest village. "Look how the smoke from their cooking fires leans toward that community to the east. They're sharing meals across distances." Indeed, as they watched more carefully, they could see that the plain was alive with constant subtle interaction. Paths between villages carried not just travelers, but streams of shared resources, knowledge, and support. Children from one community played games, learned from another. Farmers shared techniques developed in distant villages. Artisans traded not just goods, but skills and innovations. A stone marker at the edge of the plain bore the expected inscription, "The Plain of 10,000 Communities, where wisdom arises from the many as one." But beneath this primary inscription, additional text had been carved in smaller characters. "No visitor may pass through without contributing to at least 3 communities and learning from 3 others. The path westward opens only through service and understanding." "Another trial," Wukong noted, though his tone held anticipation rather than apprehension. After his experience in the Pavilion of Mirrors, he felt more ready to engage authentically with whatever challenges arose. "Not a trial," Tang Sanzang corrected gently. "An opportunity. We are being invited to participate in the life of these communities, to both give and receive wisdom." As they stepped onto the first path leading into the plain, they immediately encountered a young woman carrying a large water jug, struggling under its weight. Without hesitation, Sha Wujing stepped forward to assist her, his natural inclination to help now clarified and strengthened by his recent self-discovery. "Thank you, honored traveler," the woman said gratefully as Sha Wujing easily shouldered the heavy vessel. "I am Li Mei from the village of Flowing Wells. Our community specializes in water management, but our strongest carriers are away helping the grain villages with their harvest." "We are pleased to help," Tang Sanzang replied warmly. "I am Tang Sanzang, and these are my disciples. We are traveling westward and would be honored to learn from your community's wisdom." Li Mei's face lit up with excitement. "Oh, you must meet our elder Chen. She has been developing new techniques for directing water flow that could help dozens of other villages. But first, let me take you to see our greatest achievement." She led them along a winding path toward a village that seemed to shimmer in the morning light. As they approached, they realized the shimmering effect came from an intricate network of channels, pools, and fountains that distributed water throughout the community with remarkable efficiency. "Beautiful," Bajie breathed, his aesthetic appreciation enhanced by his new understanding, but also practical. Every drop serves multiple purposes. Indeed, they could see that water flowing through the village served for drinking, washing, irrigating gardens, powering small mills, and providing cooling in the summer heat. The system was so well designed that nothing was wasted, yet the practical infrastructure created an environment of exceptional beauty. Elder Chen, a woman whose age was impossible to determine, but whose eyes sparkled with keen intelligence, welcomed them warmly. She was delighted to share her community's innovations, but equally interested in learning from the travelers. "We have mastered the flow of water," she explained as she led them through the village, "but we struggle with the flow of information. Some of our innovations could help distant communities, but we lack effective ways to share complex knowledge across the plain." Tang Sanzang studied the water management system thoughtfully. "In our travels, we have learned that the most effective teaching often comes through story rather than direct instruction. Perhaps you could create narratives that embed your techniques within memorable tales." This suggestion sparked an animated discussion among the village elders. By the time the travelers prepared to leave Flowing Wells, the community had begun developing a series of teaching stories that would allow them to share their water management wisdom with other villages through traveling storytellers. "Our first contribution," Wukong observed as they took their leave, "though it feels like we received more than we gave." Their next encounter came at a village specializing in conflict resolution. The community of peaceful bridges had developed sophisticated methods for mediating disputes not only within their own borders, but between other villages on the plain. They arrived to find the village mediators working with representatives from two neighboring communities who had fallen into disagreement over the use of a shared forest. The mediators had created a circular pavilion where all parties could speak and be heard equally, with protocols that ensured everyone's concerns were acknowledged before solutions were proposed. Wukong, with his new understanding of his role as a catalyst for positive change, found himself naturally drawn into the mediation process. His ability to see through pretense and identify core issues proved invaluable in helping the disputing parties recognize their underlying common interests. Your monkey disciple has a gift for revealing truth, observed Master Wei, the village's chief mediator, as they watched Wukong help the forest communities reach an innovative sharing agreement. But he also shows them possibilities they hadn't imagined. He is learning to use his nature constructively, Tang Sanzang replied proudly. Bajie contributed to the village by sharing techniques he had learned for managing his own desires and impulses, wisdom that proved applicable to helping individuals control their emotions during heated negotiations. His insights about finding satisfaction through appreciation rather than acquisition helped several disputants recognize that their conflicts arose from perceived scarcity rather than actual shortage. The third community they served was a village of teachers and scholars called Deep Learning, where they found themselves helping to resolve a crisis of educational philosophy. The village had split into factions, some believing that wisdom should be preserved unchanged through rote memorization, others insisting that knowledge must be constantly reinterpreted and adapted to changing circumstances. Tang Sanzang, drawing on his experience in the forest of competing convictions, helped the community recognize that both approaches had merit and could be integrated rather than opposed. He worked with the village scholars to develop educational methods that honored traditional wisdom while encouraging creative application and adaptation. Knowledge is like water, he explained to a gathering of the village teachers. It must maintain its essential purity while adapting its form to the vessel that contains it. The same wisdom that flows through ancient texts can take new shape in contemporary minds without losing its essential truth. This insight led to educational innovations that began spreading to other communities across the plain, carried by the network of teachers who traveled between villages. Having contributed to 3 communities, the travelers now needed to receive wisdom from 3 others. This proved to be the more challenging aspect of their task, requiring them to set aside their growing confidence and open themselves to learning from seemingly simple people living ordinary lives. Their first learning experience came in a village of weavers called Threaded Stories. The community had no obvious philosophical sophistication, but their master weaver, Grandmother Silk, possessed a profound understanding of pattern and connection that revealed deep truths about the nature of reality. Every thread must know its place, she explained as she worked at her loom, her ancient fingers moving with precision and grace. But no thread creates meaning alone. The beauty emerges from the relationship between threads, how they support each other, how they create space for each other, how they sometimes hide to let others shine. As they watched her work, the travelers began to understand that she was demonstrating principles that applied far beyond weaving. The way individual threads gained meaning through their connections to others reflected the nature of their own journey, each disciple finding their purpose through relationship to the others and to their shared mission. You understand interdependence through your craft, Tang Sanzang observed with admiration. Grandmother Silk smiled. All crafts teach the same truth, young monk. Whether we weave cloth or weave lives, the principle remains: individual beauty serves collective beauty, and collective beauty honors individual beauty. Their second learning experience occurred in a village of farmers called Deep Roots, where they encountered Master Furrow, an elderly man whose understanding of cultivation extended far beyond agriculture. Patience, he said simply, as he showed them through fields where different crops grew at different stages of development. The seed contains the full plant, but trying to hurry growth destroys what you seek to nurture. Each stage has its purpose and its timing. He paused by a field where some plants were just sprouting, while others were nearly ready for harvest. See how the young plants learn from the mature ones? But also, see how the mature plants protect the young ones? Teaching and learning happen simultaneously when the timing is right. Bajie found particular wisdom in Master Furrow's understanding of nourishment, how too much feeding could be as harmful as too little, how the richest soil came from composted difficulties and failures, how true growth happened slowly but steadily rather than in dramatic bursts. Their third and most profound learning experience came in the village of simple presence, where they met a community that had no particular expertise or specialization, but had perfected the art of simply being fully present with whatever arose. The village had no notable architecture, no special techniques, no unique innovations. What it had was an atmosphere of deep contentment and availability. Every person they met seemed completely engaged with whatever they were doing, whether sweeping paths, tending children, preparing meals, or sitting quietly in contemplation. "How do you maintain such peace?" Sha Wujing asked the village elder, a woman who seemed to embody perfect balance between activity and stillness. "We practice the art of being where we are," she replied simply. "Most suffering comes from wishing we were somewhere else, someone else, some other time. We have learned to find completeness in each moment as it is." This teaching proved to be the most challenging for the travelers to absorb. After so many adventures and dramatic revelations, the simple practice of present moment awareness seemed almost anticlimactic. Yet, as they spent time in the village, they began to understand its profound power. Tang Sanzang realized that despite all his spiritual knowledge, he often lived in anticipation of reaching the Western paradise rather than appreciating the journey itself. Wukong discovered that his constant readiness for action sometimes prevented him from simply enjoying peaceful moments. Bajie recognized that his focus on future satisfactions often blinded him to present pleasures. Sha Wujing saw that his dedication to service sometimes caused him to miss the simple joy of existence. As evening approached after their day of learning, the four travelers found themselves changed once again, not through dramatic revelation, but through the gradual absorption of simple wisdom, practiced by ordinary people living extraordinary lives of presence and connection. They made camp at the center of the plain, where paths from all 10,000 communities converged at a modest shrine dedicated to the collective wisdom of the multitude. As they prepared their simple meal, they reflected on the day's experiences. "We have traveled through realms of competing truths, collective memory, potential stories, and mirrored souls," Tang Sanzang observed. "Each taught us something essential, but this plain has shown us that wisdom does not only reside in dramatic revelation or mystical experience. The water manager's innovations, the mediator's skills, the weaver's understanding of connection," Wukong enumerated, "each contained insights as valuable as any we've encountered in supernatural realms. And the farmer's patience, the teacher's balance of tradition and innovation, the simple villager's presence," Bajie added. "Wisdom lives wherever humans engage authentically with life's challenges. Sha Wujing nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps the greatest teaching of this plane is that enlightenment is not separate from ordinary life, but emerges through ordinary life lived with consciousness and care. As they settled for the night, the lights from 10,000 communities twinkled around them like earthbound stars. Each light represented families sharing meals, children being tucked into bed, elders passing on stories, people facing their daily challenges with whatever wisdom they had accumulated. Tomorrow we continue westward, Tang Sanzang said softly. But we carry with us now not just the wisdom of masters and scriptures, but the living understanding of communities who transform ordinary existence into extraordinary teaching through their commitment to serving each other. In the distance, beyond the lights of the final villages, they could see their next challenge beginning to take shape. A range of mountains that seemed to be composed not of stone, but of crystallized light, their peaks reaching toward heaven with a luminosity that suggested divine presence. The mountains of celestial resonance, Tang Sanzang read from his staff, where new characters had appeared during their time on the plain, where earthly wisdom meets heavenly understanding. But that was an adventure for another day. Tonight, they rested surrounded by the gentle sounds of 10,000 communities settling into peaceful sleep, their hearts full of gratitude for the profound teachings that could emerge from the simplest human interactions when approached with openness and humility. The plain of 10,000 communities stretched around them, a living testament to the truth that wisdom belongs not to the few, but to the many, not to the isolated seeker, but to the connected community, not to the dramatic moment, but to the patient accumulation of understanding through daily engagement with the sacred ordinary. And that concludes Chapter 33. Tang Sanzang and his disciples have successfully learned from the plane of 10,000 communities, discovering that profound wisdom can emerge from ordinary people living authentic lives of service and presence. Now they face yet another challenge, the mysterious mountains of celestial resonance, where earthly wisdom will meet heavenly understanding. If you enjoyed this exploration of community wisdom and the sacred ordinary, please hit that like button and share your thoughts in the comments below. Which village's teaching resonated most with you? The water manager's innovation, the mediator's conflict resolution, the weaver's understanding of connection, the farmer's patience, or the simple villager's mastery of presence? Subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss Chapter 34, where our heroes will ascend into mountains made of crystallized light and discover how their accumulated earthly wisdom prepares them for celestial encounters. Here at Celestial Scrolls, we're committed to bringing these timeless tales of wisdom and connection to life, one chapter at a time. Thank you so much for joining us on this journey through the landscape of collective human wisdom. I'll see you next time as we continue westward with our increasingly enlightened travelers. Welcome back to Celestial Scrolls, where ancient Chinese myths and legends come alive through storytelling. Today, we continue our epic journey with Chapter 34. Of Journey to the West, the Mountains of Celestial Resonance. In our previous episode, Tang Sanzang and his disciples learned profound lessons from the plane of 10,000 communities, discovering that wisdom emerges not only from mystical experiences, but from ordinary people living lives of conscious service and authentic presence. Now they face mountains composed entirely of crystallized light, where their accumulated earthly wisdom will be tested against celestial understanding. This chapter explores the delicate balance between human and divine wisdom, as our heroes discover that true enlightenment requires not the abandonment of earthly knowledge, but its harmonious integration with heavenly insight. You'll witness spectacular encounters with celestial beings who challenge everything our travelers think they know about the nature of spiritual achievement. If you've been following our heroes through their increasingly profound transformations, you won't want to miss this climactic encounter between mortal wisdom and immortal truth. Hit subscribe and the notification bell to continue this legendary quest. Now let's ascend into the mountains of celestial resonance. Dawn broke over the plain of 10,000 communities with unusual splendor, as if the very air had been charged with anticipation. Tang Sanzang and his disciples woke to find their simple camp surrounded by representatives from dozens of villages, each bearing small gifts, not of material value, but tokens of gratitude and connection. A young girl from the village of Threaded Stories presented Tang Sanzang with a small cloth woven with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change as he looked at them. Grandmother Silk says, "This will help you remember that all wisdom is connected," she explained shyly. From the village of Flowing Wells came a crystal vial containing water that seemed to glow with inner light. Elder Chen says this water will always remind you of the source, the bearer explained to Sha Wujing, who accepted it with deep gratitude. The community of Peaceful Bridges offered Wukong a small bronze mirror, perfectly polished, but no larger than his palm. Master Wei says true reflection comes not from size, but from clarity, they told him. Finally, the village of Simple Presence gave Bajie what appeared to be an ordinary river stone, smooth and unremarkable. For remembering that the most profound truths often wear the simplest forms, they said with gentle smiles. As the travelers prepared to continue their journey, the representatives gradually dispersed, but not before forming a large circle around the camp. Together, they began to hum, not a song with words, but a harmonious sound that seemed to emerge from the earth itself. The humming grew in complexity and beauty until it resonated with the very air around them. A blessing, Tang Sanzang realized, his staff beginning to vibrate in harmony with the collective sound. They are sending us forward with the combined good wishes of the entire plain. As the humming reached its crescendo, something remarkable happened. The sound began to reflect back from the crystalline mountains ahead, creating a dialogue between earth and heaven. The mountains, which had appeared solid and remote from a distance, began to sing in response, their crystallized light pulsing in rhythm with the community's blessing. When the humming finally faded, the mountains ahead had transformed. What had seemed like an insurmountable barrier now showed clear paths of light ascending through the crystal formations, as if the blessing of the 10,000 communities had opened a way forward. The travelers said their farewells and began the ascent, each carrying their gifted token and the memory of the community's blessing. The path of light beneath their feet felt solid, yet somehow alive, responding to their steps with gentle chimes that harmonized with the ongoing resonance from the crystalline peaks above. As they climbed higher, the nature of the mountains became more apparent. These were not ordinary stone formations, but crystallized moments of divine understanding, each facet containing preserved insights from countless celestial revelations. Looking into the crystal surfaces, they could glimpse fragments of cosmic wisdom, the birth of stars, the dance of planets, the flowing patterns of energy that connected all existence. "We're climbing through a library of heavenly knowledge," Tang Sanzang observed, studying the way light refracted through the crystal walls around them. His staff's characters had begun to resonate more strongly, creating harmonics with the mountain's natural frequencies. "But it's not just a passive repository," Wukong noted, watching how the crystals seemed to respond to their presence. "The mountain is alive, aware. It's evaluating us." Indeed, as they continued their ascent, the path began to present challenges that tested not their physical abilities, but their integration of all the wisdom they had accumulated. The way forward sometimes required them to demonstrate understanding gained in the forest of competing convictions by navigating passages where multiple crystal paths existed simultaneously. Other sections demanded the memory work they had learned, crossing the ocean of collective memory, requiring them to recall and apply lessons from every community they had visited. The first major test came at a plateau, roughly halfway up the mountain, where the path of light divided into 4 distinct routes, each leading to a different peak. Unlike their earlier trials, this seemed to require separation. Each path was clearly designed for a single traveler. Another test of individual growth? Bajie wondered, studying the crystalline formations that marked each path's beginning. "Not growth," Tang Sanzang corrected, his understanding deepened by their recent experiences. "Integration. Each path is designed to help us synthesize everything we've learned with our authentic natures. We must go separately, but we carry each other's wisdom with us." The path marked for Tang Sanzang led to a peak that pulsed with golden light, the color of teaching and wisdom transmission. As he began his solitary ascent, the crystals around him began to sing with voices that sounded remarkably like all the teachers he had ever encountered, both mortal and divine. But these voices did not offer new teachings. Instead, they asked questions. How will you ensure that the wisdom you carry serves all beings, rather than merely satisfying your own spiritual aspirations? What is the difference between knowledge that impresses and knowledge that transforms? When you return to the world below, how will you speak so that both the learned and the simple can understand? Each question required Tang Sanzang to draw upon not just his scholarly training, but his experiences with the communities of the plain, his revelations in the pavilion of mirrors, and his growing understanding of his companions' unique forms of wisdom. The ascent became a process of synthesis, weaving together all his accumulated understanding into a unified vision of enlightened teaching. Wukong's path led to a peak crowned with silver light, the color of protective action and skillful intervention. As he climbed, the mountain challenged him with scenarios that required him to apply his catalytic nature in increasingly subtle ways. He faced situations where obvious action would cause harm, where restraint served better than force, where inspiring others to find their own solutions proved more effective than solving problems for them. The crystalline voices surrounding him spoke in the tones of all those he had protected. When does protection become limitation? How do you inspire without overwhelming? What is the difference between strength that dominates and strength that empowers? Wukong found himself drawing upon lessons learned from the peaceful mediators, the patient farmers, and even his own experience of authentic self-discovery to answer these challenges. His understanding of his role as a catalyst deepened and refined as he climbed. Bajie's path wound toward a peak glowing with warm, earthen light, the color of contentment and integration. His mountain challenged him to demonstrate his understanding of the balance between spiritual aspiration and material appreciation. He encountered crystal formations that tested his ability to find satisfaction without attachment, to enjoy pleasures without being enslaved by them, to serve others while maintaining healthy self-care. The voices he heard belonged to all those who had struggled with desire and found wisdom through experience. How do you honor the body while transcending its limitations? What is the difference between contentment and complacency? When does spiritual practice become another form of indulgence? Drawing upon the wisdom of the simple villagers who had mastered presence, the insights of his mirror pavilion experience, and his growing understanding of his place in the cosmic order, Bajie climbed steadily toward his own form of integration. Sha Wujing's path led to a peak radiating deep blue light, the color of steadfast service and foundational support. His mountain tested his understanding of the difference between service that empowers and service that enables, between loyalty that supports growth and loyalty that prevents necessary change. The crystal voices around him spoke with the tones of all those who had served with wisdom. When does helping become hindering? How do you support others' growth without taking responsibility for their choices? What is the difference between humility and self-negation? Sha Wujing found that his climb required him to draw upon every lesson about authentic selfhood, community wisdom, and the recognition of his own foundational strength to answer these profound questions about the nature of enlightened service. As each traveler reached their respective peak, they discovered something unexpected. Rather than finding themselves isolated on separate mountaintops, they emerged into a vast crystal amphitheater that connected all four peaks, a space that existed somehow both at the top of each individual path and in the shared center of their collective journey. In this amphitheater waited four figures of indescribable beauty and presence, celestial beings whose forms seemed to shift between human and cosmic, individual and universal. These were not the harsh judges or demanding taskmasters that folklore often described, but beings of infinite compassion whose very presence inspired rather than intimidated. "Welcome, travelers of the earthward path," spoke the first figure, whose voice contained harmonics that resonated with every crystal in the mountain. "We are the guardians of this threshold between mortal understanding and cosmic wisdom." "You have climbed far," said the second, "not just in distance but in understanding. You carry within you now the integrated wisdom of many realms and many beings." The third figure gestured toward crystalline formations that displayed images of their entire journey, from their earliest adventures to their recent discoveries on the plain. But the question remains, what will you do with this wisdom? How will it serve the greater good? The fourth figure smiled with infinite gentleness. "This is not a test to pass or fail, but a recognition to receive, You have each become bridges between different forms of understanding. The question is whether you choose to accept this responsibility. Tang Sanzang stepped forward, his staff now blazing with light that harmonized perfectly with the crystal amphitheater. We accept whatever responsibility our understanding brings, but we are still students, still learning. How can we serve as bridges when we have not yet reached our destination? The first celestial being laughed, a sound like crystal bells touched by gentle wind. Your destination is not a place, but a state of being. You have been arriving at it gradually through every step of your journey. The Western paradise you seek is not separate from the path you walk, but revealed through walking it with consciousness and compassion. The scriptures you seek to retrieve, added the second being, are not texts written on paper, but understanding written in the heart through experience and service. The third being gestured toward their packs, where their simple belongings began to glow with the same light as the mountain crystals. You already carry what you came to find. The question is whether you recognize it. The fourth being spoke with infinite tenderness. Every community you have served, every challenge you have faced, every moment of authentic self-discovery, these have been writing the true scriptures within you. You are now living texts of wisdom, each containing teachings that can benefit countless beings. As these words settled into their understanding, the travelers felt a profound shift. The knowledge and experiences they had accumulated were no longer separate memories, but had become integrated into their very essence. They were the same beings who had begun this journey, yet they had been transformed into something new, living embodiments of the wisdom they had sought. But our journey westward, Wukong began, his understanding still grappling with this revelation, continues, the first celestial being assured him. But now you travel not seeking wisdom, but sharing it, not as students, but as teachers, not as seekers, but as bridges between the mortal and divine understanding. The crystal amphitheater began to fill with gentle light, and within that light they could see visions of their path forward, not the linear westward journey they had imagined, but a flowering pattern that would take them to countless communities, realms, and beings who could benefit from their integrated understanding. The 10,000 communities blessed your ascent, observed the second being. Now you carry that blessing forward to 10,000 more communities that await your service. Your journey to retrieve the scriptures has become a journey to deliver the scriptures, added the third, though they are written not on silk or paper, but in the living example of beings who have integrated wisdom with compassion. The fourth being stepped forward, offering each traveler a small crystal that seemed to contain starlight. These will help you remember this moment when the challenges of service make you doubt your readiness. You are ready not because you have achieved perfection, but because you have learned to grow through imperfection. As they accepted the crystals, Tang Sanzang and his disciples felt the weight of responsibility settle upon them, not as a burden, but as a gift. They had sought to become worthy of receiving divine wisdom, only to discover that they had been preparing to become vessels for sharing it. The path down from the mountains appeared before them, not the single route they had climbed, but a multitude of pathways leading in all directions, each one radiating light, that called to different forms of service and teaching. Choose your path, the celestial beings said in unison, but know that all paths lead to the same destination, the gradual enlightenment of all beings through the patient sharing of wisdom gained through authentic experience. As they prepared to descend, Tang Sanzang looked back at the crystal amphitheater one final time. We came seeking the Buddha's teachings in the Western paradise, he reflected. Instead, we have found that we must become the Buddha's teachings wherever we go. Perhaps, suggested Wukong with a grin that contained both his old mischief and his new wisdom. That was always the point. Together, they chose a path that seemed to lead toward a region where the light was dim, not because it lacked potential, but because it awaited the illumination that conscious beings could bring to it. Their true journey westward was beginning. And that concludes Chapter 34. Tang Sanzang and his disciples have experienced a profound transformation in the mountains of celestial resonance, discovering that they have become the very scriptures they set out to find. Now they face the true nature of their westward journey, not seeking wisdom, but sharing it as living embodiments of integrated understanding. If you enjoyed this climactic revelation about the true nature of their quest, please hit that like button and share your thoughts in the comments below. How do you think this transformation will change their adventures going forward? What does it mean to become a living scripture rather than simply studying written ones? Subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss Chapter 35, where our transformed heroes will begin their new mission of service, carrying their integrated wisdom to communities that await their unique forms of teaching. Here at Celestial Scrolls, we're committed to bringing these profound tales of spiritual transformation and service to life, one chapter at a time. Thank you so much for joining us on this journey through the landscape of celestial wisdom and divine recognition. I'll see you next time as we continue with our heroes in their new roles as bridges between mortal and divine understanding. Welcome back to Celestial Scrolls, where ancient Chinese myths and legends come alive through storytelling. Today, we continue our epic journey with Chapter 35 of Journey to the West, the Valley of Dimmed Lights. In our previous episode, Tang Sanzang and his disciples experienced a profound transformation in the mountains of celestial resonance, discovering that they had become the very scriptures they sought to retrieve. No longer mere seekers of wisdom, they emerged as living embodiments of integrated understanding, tasked with serving as bridges between mortal and divine knowledge. This chapter explores how profound spiritual transformation translates into practical service as our transformed heroes encounter their first community in need, a valley where the light of hope and wisdom has grown dim through despair and isolation. You'll witness how their integrated understanding can illuminate darkness not through dramatic intervention, but through patient, authentic connection. If you've been following our heroes through their remarkable transformation from students to teachers, you won't want to miss this exploration of wisdom in action. Hit subscribe and the notification bell to continue this legendary quest. Now, let's descend into the Valley of Dimmed Lights. The descent from the mountains of celestial resonance felt different from any journey they had taken before. Where once they had traveled with the eager anticipation of seekers approaching their goal, they now moved with the measured purpose of those who carried something precious to share. Each step felt weighted with responsibility, yet lightened by clarity of purpose. The path they had chosen led downward through increasingly barren landscape. The crystal formations gave way to gray stone, then to dusty earth, then to soil that seemed almost drained of life. Even the air grew heavier as they descended, as if hope itself had been slowly leached from the atmosphere. Tang Sanzang paused frequently to study their surroundings, his staff, still glowing with the 108 characters, providing the only source of light in the growing gloom. The starlight crystal given to him by the celestial beings pulsed gently in his robes, reminding him of his new purpose, even as doubt began to whisper at the edges of his mind. "Master," Wukong observed, his keen eyes penetrating the gathering darkness, "I sense no evil here, no malevolent force creating this desolation. It feels more like absence." "Absence of what?" Bajie asked, unconsciously moving closer to his companions as the shadows deepened around them. "Hope," Sha Wujing answered quietly, his foundational nature making him particularly sensitive to the emotional currents of their environment. "This place has not been attacked by darkness, it has simply forgotten the light." Indeed, as they continued their descent, they began to see signs of a community that had gradually surrendered to despair. Abandoned tools lay scattered along unused paths. Gardens showed evidence of careful cultivation that had been slowly neglected. Houses stood intact but empty, their windows dark and their doors closed against a world that seemed to offer no promise. "The Valley of Dimmed Lights," Tang Sanzang read from a weathered sign at what appeared to be the valley's entrance. But someone had crossed out lights and written hopes beneath it in a bitter hand. The first inhabitants they encountered were a group of children playing a listless game in the dust, their movements mechanical and joyless. When they noticed the travelers approaching, they didn't run or call out as children typically would, but simply stared with large, solemn eyes that seemed far too old for their young faces. "Strangers," one child observed in a flat voice. "No one comes here anymore. No one leaves either." "Why doesn't anyone leave?" Tang Sanzang asked gently, kneeling to the child's eye level. The child shrugged with the weariness of an adult. "Where would we go? It's the same everywhere now. The light doesn't work anymore." Before Tang Sanzang could ask what the child meant, they were approached by a group of adults whose faces bore the same expression of resigned hopelessness. Their leader, a woman whose premature gray hair suggested she had once been vibrant, addressed them with weary politeness. "I am Lin Sorrow," she said, her name apparently adopted to match her circumstances. "Welcome to our valley, though I cannot imagine why you would choose to come here. Are you lost?" "Perhaps," Tang Sanzang replied thoughtfully. "We are traveling westward, but we seem to have arrived where we are needed, rather than where we intended to go." Lin Sorrow's expression flickered with momentary confusion. "Needed? I'm afraid there's nothing here that that is, we don't really need anything anymore. We've learned to expect less." Wukong stepped forward, his natural directness cutting through the atmospheric gloom. "What happened here? This valley shows signs of prosperity and care, but everyone acts as if life has lost its purpose. Lin Sorrow sighed deeply. Nothing dramatic happened. That's the problem. We used to be the Valley of New Beginnings, a place where people came to start fresh, to pursue dreams, to build something better, but one by one, the dreams failed. Crops struggled despite our best efforts. Businesses failed despite careful planning. Love turned to disappointment despite pure hearts. She gestured toward the abandoned tools and neglected gardens. Eventually, we realized that hope itself was the problem. Hope leads to effort, effort leads to failure, failure leads to pain. So we simply stopped hoping, stopped trying, and the pain stopped too. But so did everything else, Bajie observed gently, his transformed understanding allowing him to see both the logic and the tragedy of their choice. Yes, Lin Sorrow agreed without emotion, but at least we're not disappointed anymore. As the travelers looked around the valley more carefully, they began to understand the true nature of the challenge they faced. This was not a community that needed rescue from external threat or instruction in missing knowledge. These people had chosen despair as protection against disappointment, and they had become comfortable in their emotional numbness. "Show us your valley," Tang Sanzang requested. "Help us understand how things used to be." Lin Sorrow led them through the community, pointing out the remnants of their former aspirations with the detached air of a tour guide in a museum. Here was the workshop where Master Chen had crafted beautiful furniture until the wood began to warp despite his skill. There was the garden where the women had grown healing herbs until disease struck down the plants year after year. Beyond stood the school where children had learned enthusiastically until their questions began to seem pointless. "Every effort turned to failure," Lin Sorrow explained as they walked. "Every investment of hope returned only disappointment. We began to joke that we were cursed, but eventually we realized the curse was hope itself." As evening approached, the travelers were invited to share a meal with the community, a simple affair prepared with competence but no joy, consumed in silence broken only by necessary communication. The food was adequate but flavorless, like everything else in the valley. After the meal, as the community dispersed to their homes for early sleep, Tang Sanzang gathered his disciples to discuss their observations. "They have created a kind of peace," he acknowledged, "but it is the peace of the grave, absence of suffering achieved through absence of life." "I want to shake them," Wukong admitted, his catalytic nature frustrated by their passive acceptance, "to show them that failure is part of learning, not proof that effort is useless." "But force will not work here," Sha Wujing observed wisely. "They have chosen this state to protect themselves. They will only change when they feel safe enough to risk hope again." Bajie nodded thoughtfully. "And they've forgotten that joy exists. How can we remind them without seeming to mock their pain?" Tang Sanzang studied the starlight crystal in his palm, watching its gentle pulsing. "Perhaps we don't try to change them at all. Perhaps we simply live differently among them and let them observe what that looks like." The next morning, the travelers began what would become a month-long residence in the valley. But instead of trying to convince the inhabitants to change their ways, they simply went about living according to their own transformed understanding. Tang Sanzang began each day with meditation in the valley's center, his staff planted in the ground beside him. The 108 characters cast gentle light in the pre-dawn darkness, and their soft humming created a sense of peace that gradually began to attract curious observers. He never preached or explained, but simply demonstrated what it looked like to find contentment through presence rather than achievement. Wukong, channeling his catalytic nature constructively, began repairing things, not with grand gestures, but with patient, skillful work. He fixed tools without being asked, cleared blocked drainage channels, and mended broken furniture. When people asked why he bothered, he simply said, "Because it's here and I can help." Bajie took over the preparation of the community meals, but he didn't try to make them elaborate or fancy. Instead, he brought joy to simple food through attention and care, seasoning with laughter, serving with genuine pleasure and nourishment, finding celebration in the basic act of sharing sustenance. Sha Wujing simply made himself available, helping with heavy work when needed, listening without judgment when people wanted to talk, offering steady presence to anyone who seemed to need company. He never pushed for conversation, but was always ready to respond when approached. Initially, the valley residents watched these activities with the detached interest of observers out of curiosity. But gradually, something began to shift. Children started lingering near Tang Sanzang's morning meditations, not participating, but absorbing the atmosphere of peaceful purpose. Adults began finding excuses to be present when Wukong worked, ostensibly to watch, but actually beginning to help in small ways. The first real breakthrough came when little Mei Li, one of the children they had first encountered, approached Bajie during meal preparation. "Why do you hum when you cook?" she asked with genuine curiosity. Bajie paused in his stirring, considering his answer carefully. "Because the food tastes better when it's made with happiness," he said simply. "Want to try?" Mei Li nodded shyly, and Bajie taught her to hum a simple melody while she helped knead dough. To both their surprise, the bread they made together did indeed taste better, not because of any mystical property, but because it had been infused with the simple pleasure of shared activity. Word of the happy bread spread through the valley, and more children began appearing in the kitchen, eager to learn the humming technique. Soon, the sound of children's voices began to fill spaces that had been silent for years. The adult breakthrough came through Sha Wujing's patient availability. Lin Sorrow, who had been watching the changes in the children with carefully guarded interest, finally approached him one evening. "I don't understand what you're doing here," she admitted. "You fix our problems, but we didn't ask for help. You act as if there's hope, but you've seen our history of failure. Are you naive, or do you know something we don't?" Sha Wujing considered her question with the careful thought that characterized all his responses. "We've learned that hope and disappointment aren't opposites," he finally said. "They're partners. One doesn't exist without the other. But that doesn't make hope worthless. It makes it courageous. But the pain of disappointment is the price of caring," Sha Wujing agreed. "But consider this. You've eliminated disappointment by eliminating care, but you've also eliminated joy, growth, and connection. Is the absence of pain worth the absence of everything else?" Lin Sorrow was quiet for a long time. "I don't know if I remember how to hope," she finally whispered. "Then start smaller," Sha Wujing suggested. Don't hope for success. Hope for the courage to try. Don't hope for permanent joy. Hope for moments of genuine laughter. Hope is like a muscle. It grows stronger with gentle exercise. Over the following weeks, small changes began to accumulate. A few adults began joining the children's humming sessions. Someone replanted a small section of the herb garden just to see what happens. Master Chen emerged from his workshop with a single, perfectly crafted bowl, made not for sale or use, but simply for the joy of creating something beautiful. The transformation wasn't dramatic or complete. Many residents remained committed to their protective numbness, and even those who began to re-engage with life did so cautiously, taking small steps and remaining ready to retreat if disappointment struck again. But something fundamental had shifted in the valley's atmosphere. The children's laughter had become a regular sound. The shared meals now featured conversation along with humming. People began to care for their homes and gardens again, not with desperate hope for perfect success, but with patient willingness to tend whatever growth was possible. Tang Sanzang recognized that their work in the valley was approaching completion when Lin Sorrow approached him one morning with a request that surprised him. "We want to change our name back," she said, her voice carrying more energy than he had heard since their arrival. "Not to the Valley of New Beginnings. That puts too much pressure on outcomes. But maybe the Valley of Gentle Starts, a place where people can begin again, knowing that beginnings don't promise perfect endings, but are worthwhile anyway." Tang Sanzang smiled, understanding that this represented a profound shift in the community's relationship with hope and disappointment. "What would you like us to do to help with this transition?" "Actually," Lin Sorrow said with something that might have been the beginning of a smile, "we think we need to learn to do this ourselves, but slowly, gently, with humming, if needed." That evening, the community gathered for what they declared a gentle celebration, not a wild festival that might lead to disappointment if it failed to live up to expectations, but a modest acknowledgment of their willingness to begin caring again. As the travelers prepared to continue their westward journey the next morning, they were surprised by the number of people who came to see them off, not just to say goodbye, but to offer gifts, not elaborate tokens, but simple expressions of gratitude. A handful of seeds from the replanted garden, a small wooden bowl crafted with joy rather than obligation, a collection of the children's humming songs written down on precious paper. "You didn't give us hope," Lin Sorrow said as they prepared to depart. "You helped us remember that we could survive disappointment and still choose to care. That's different, stronger somehow." As they walked away from the Valley of Gentle Starts, Tang Sanzang reflected on the profound lesson their first act of service had taught them. "We came expecting to share the wisdom we had accumulated," he observed. "Instead, we learned that wisdom in action looks very different from wisdom in theory." "We didn't teach them hope," Wukong added thoughtfully. "We demonstrated that hope and disappointment could coexist, that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but action in spite of fear. And we learned that transformation happens not through dramatic revelation, but through patient presence and authentic example," Bajie concluded. Sha Wujing nodded, looking back one final time at the valley, where thin columns of smoke were once again rising from chimneys tended with care rather than mere necessity. Perhaps this is what it means to be living scriptures, not to carry perfect answers, but to embody the ongoing process of choosing growth despite uncertainty. Ahead of them, the path stretched toward new communities, new challenges, new opportunities to serve as bridges between wisdom and need. They walked forward with the quiet confidence of beings who had learned that their true destination was not a place, but a way of being in the world, present, compassionate, and endlessly willing to begin again. And that concludes Chapter 35. Tang Sanzang and his disciples have completed their first mission as transformed teachers, helping the Valley of Dimmed Lights rediscover the courage to care despite the risk of disappointment. They've learned that being living scriptures means embodying wisdom through patient presence rather than dramatic intervention. If you enjoyed watching our heroes apply their integrated wisdom to help a community heal from despair, please hit that like button and share your thoughts in the comments below. How do you think their approach of gentle presence compared to more direct forms of teaching? What did you think of the valley's transformation from a place that had given up hope to one willing to make gentle starts? Subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss Chapter 36, where our transformed travelers will encounter their next community in need and continue learning what it means to serve as bridges between wisdom and practical life. Here at Celestial Scrolls, we're committed to bringing these profound tales of compassionate service and authentic transformation to life, one chapter at a time. Thank you so much for joining us on this journey of wisdom in action. I'll see you next time as we continue westward with our heroes in their new roles as living embodiments of integrated understanding. Welcome back to Celestial Scrolls, where ancient Chinese myths and legends come alive through storytelling. Today, we continue our epic journey with Chapter 36 of Journey to the West, the City of Endless Competition. In our previous episode, Tang Sanzang and his disciples completed their first mission as transformed teachers, helping the Valley of Gentle Starts rediscover the courage to care despite the risk of disappointment. They learned that being living scriptures means embodying wisdom through patient presence and authentic example rather than dramatic intervention. This chapter takes our heroes to the opposite extreme, a thriving metropolis where competition has become so intense that cooperation has been forgotten, where success is measured only by surpassing others, and where the pursuit of victory has replaced the joy of accomplishment. You'll witness how our transformed travelers navigate a community that seems to have everything yet lacks the most essential element of all. If you've been following our heroes as they learn to serve as bridges between wisdom and practical life, you won't want to miss this exploration of what happens when competition consumes community. Hit subscribe and the notification bell to continue this legendary quest. Now, let's enter the City of Endless Competition. The path from the Valley of Gentle Starts led steadily upward through increasingly prosperous countryside. Where the valley had shown signs of neglect born from despair, this region displayed the opposite extreme. Every field perfectly cultivated, every building maintained to an almost aggressive standard of excellence, every path swept clean and marked with signs proclaiming various achievements and rankings. Whoever lives ahead takes great pride in their accomplishments, Bajie observed, reading a roadside monument that declared, "Most efficiently harvested grain fields, third consecutive year, Farmer Liu Dynasty." "Pride, perhaps," Tang Sanzang replied thoughtfully, studying his surroundings with the enhanced perception his transformation had brought him. But notice how isolated each achievement is. Farmer Liu's monument makes no mention of neighbors who might have helped or shared knowledge. Indeed, as they continued toward what appeared to be a substantial city on the horizon, every sign of prosperity came with accompanying claims of superiority. "Fastest cart repair, better than all others," proclaimed one workshop. "Supreme quality textiles, competitors cannot match," announced another establishment. Wukong, whose keen senses had detected the city long before it came into view, reported with some confusion, "Master, I hear the sounds of a thriving community ahead. Hammers, voices, commerce, construction. But there's something strange about the rhythm. It sounds frantic." As they crested the final hill before the city, the cause of Wukong's observation became clear. Spread before them lay a magnificent metropolis that seemed to pulse with manic energy. Every street bustled with activity. Every building gleamed with fresh maintenance. Every citizen moved with urgent purpose. Yet despite all this apparent prosperity, the atmosphere felt tense, almost desperate. The city gates stood wide open, flanked by enormous billboards that constantly shifted to display updated rankings. Today's top merchants by sales volume, fastest craftsmen by production speed, most productive citizens by daily output. The displays changed so rapidly that reading them required focused attention. "Welcome to Supremacy City," called out a gate guard whose uniform bore more medals and ribbons than seemed practical. "Are you here to compete, or just to observe the excellence of our citizens?" "We are travelers passing through," Tang Sanzang replied politely. "We would be grateful for hospitality and the opportunity to learn from your community." The guard's expression shifted to confusion, then mild pity. "Learn? Well, I suppose visitors sometimes enjoy watching real achievement in action. But be warned, we don't tolerate slackers or time wasters here. If you can't keep up with our pace, you'll need to move along quickly." As they entered the city proper, the source of its frantic energy became apparent. Every citizen was engaged in some form of competition with every other citizen. Merchants competed not just for customers, but for who could serve those customers fastest, with the most elaborate displays, with the most obsequious service. Craftsmen worked not just to create quality goods, but to outproduce their neighbors in speed, quantity, and ostentation. Children played games that were scored, ranked, and recorded on public boards. Elderly citizens competed over who could maintain the cleanest homes, the most organized gardens, the most impressive collections of awards. Even casual conversation seemed to become contests over who could speak more eloquently, more knowledgeably, or more impressively. "Exhausting," Sha Wujing murmured as they navigated streets where every vendor called out not just their wares, but their ranking among all vendors of similar goods. A young woman rushed past them, carrying an enormous tray of pastries, moving so quickly she nearly collided with several pedestrians. When Bajie instinctively steadied her to prevent a fall, she looked at him with suspicion. "Are you trying to slow me down?" she demanded. "I'm currently ranked third among pastry delivery specialists, and Li Wei is only minutes behind me in the weekly standings. I can't afford delays." "We were just trying to help," Bajie replied gently. The woman's expression shifted to confusion. "Help? But we're not working together. We're competitors. Why would you help me maintain my ranking instead of trying to improve your own?" Before Bajie could respond, she hurried away, glancing nervously over her shoulder as if expecting pursuit. "Citizens of Supremacy City!" boomed a voice from speakers mounted throughout the streets. "Afternoon rankings are now available. Check your personal performance boards to see how you measure against your neighbors." The announcement triggered a citywide rush as citizens abandoned whatever they were doing to check large public displays that showed constantly updated rankings in hundreds of categories. Most words spoken per hour, cleanest doorsteps, most efficient walking speed, highest customer service ratings, even most competitive attitude displayed. Tang Sanzang and his disciples found themselves swept along by the crowd toward the central plaza, where the largest ranking display dominated the space. Citizens clustered around it with expressions ranging from triumph to despair, depending on their current standings. "I dropped 2 places in most helpful to tourists while helping that elderly man with directions," wailed one citizen. "Now Chen Lu is ahead of me." "Yes," celebrated another, "I'm now ranked second in most energetic morning greetings. If I can just increase my volume and enthusiasm tomorrow." The travelers watched this scene with growing understanding. This was a community that had taken the natural human desire for achievement and distorted it into something that consumed all other values. Competition had become not a means to excellence, but an end in itself. "Excuse me." Tang Sanzang approached a middle-aged man who was frantically calculating something on an abacus. "Could you help us understand how your ranking system works?" The man looked up with a harried expression of someone constantly pressed for time. "Every action is measured and compared with every other citizen's performance in the same category. We have judges, timers, and evaluators monitoring constantly. Your ranking determines your housing assignment, your food allocation, your social status, everything." "But what happens when you reach the top ranking?" Wukong asked with genuine curiosity. The man blinked in confusion. "Reach the top? You can't reach the top. You can only maintain it temporarily before someone else surpasses you. The competition never ends. That's the beauty of the system." "And what about cooperation?" Sha Wujing inquired. "Working together toward common goals?" The man looked scandalized. "Cooperation? That would be cheating. How could we fairly rank individual achievement if people helped each other? No, no. True excellence only emerges through pure competition." As they continued to explore the city, the travelers began to perceive the hidden costs of this endless competition. Despite the community's obvious prosperity, the citizens appeared stressed, exhausted, and isolated. Friendships were impossible when everyone was a competitor. Families struggled when parents competed with children and siblings competed with each other. Acts of kindness were rare because helping others might improve their rankings at one's own expense. That evening, they were assigned sleeping quarters in a hostel, where even the beds were ranked by comfort level and assigned based on daily performance scores. As they settled in for the night, they overheard conversations from neighboring rooms that revealed the true toll of the system. "I haven't spoken to my sister in months," one voice complained. "She beat me in most creative garden design, and I just can't stand to see her gloating. My son won't visit because I consistently outrank him in wisdom displayed by elderly citizens," sighed another. "He says it's too humiliating." "I used to love cooking," whispered a third voice, "but now it's just stress about beating my neighbor's efficiency ratings. I've forgotten why I enjoyed it in the first place." Tang Sanzang gathered his disciples to discuss what they had observed. "This community faces the opposite challenge from the Valley of Gentle Starts," he reflected. "Where they had given up trying, these people cannot stop trying. Where those had lost hope, these have lost joy. They have achievements, but no satisfaction," Wukong observed. "Each victory is immediately overshadowed by the next competition. And they've forgotten that some of life's greatest pleasures, friendship, cooperation, simple contentment, cannot be ranked or measured," Bajie added. Sha Wujing nodded thoughtfully. "They need to remember that accomplishment without connection is as empty as connection without accomplishment." The next morning, the travelers began their service to the community, but they quickly discovered that their usual approaches would not work here. Any direct assistance they offered was interpreted as interference with fair competition. Any suggestion of cooperation was seen as corruption of the ranking system. Instead, they had to find subtler ways to introduce different perspectives. Tang Sanzang began by requesting to speak with the city's administrators about the ranking system, claiming scholarly interest in their methodologies. During these discussions, he gradually introduced questions about the ultimate purpose of the competitions. What is the goal that all this achievement serves? How do you define success for the community as a whole rather than just for individuals? What happens to citizens who consistently rank low despite genuine effort? These questions had never been seriously considered, and they began to create small cracks in the administrators' certainty about their system. Wukong took a different approach. He began participating in competitions, but instead of trying to win, he demonstrated joy in the process regardless of outcome. When he placed last in a speed climbing contest, he celebrated his completion of the course with the same enthusiasm others reserved for victory. His genuine pleasure in the activity itself, independent of ranking, confused and intrigued observers. Bajie found his opening in the city's food competitions. He entered cooking contests, but consistently gave away his best dishes to hungry citizens instead of presenting them to judges. When questioned about this strategy, he replied simply, "The taste in someone's mouth is more satisfying to me than a number on a board." His comment sparked debates among the food competitors about whether the pleasure of feeding others might be more rewarding than the pleasure of ranking higher than them. Sha Wujing's contribution was the most radical of all. He began offering assistance to citizens who were struggling with their competitions, helping them improve their performance without seeking any ranking for himself. When officials complained that he was interfering with fair competition, he pointed out that their rules prohibited competitors from helping each other, but said nothing about non-competitors offering aid. This technicality forced the city to confront a philosophical question they had never considered. Was the goal to identify individual excellence, or was it to help all citizens reach their highest potential? The breakthrough came during a citywide crisis that the ranking system was entirely unprepared to handle. A late-season storm damaged many buildings and disrupted the infrastructure that supported the competition measurements. Citizens found themselves facing genuine challenges that couldn't be ranked or scored, but simply needed to be addressed collectively. In this crisis, the traveler's example began to bear fruit. Citizens who had observed Wukong's joy and process over outcome found themselves helping with storm cleanup simply because the work needed doing. Others who had been influenced by Bajie's pleasure in feeding people began organizing community meals for those whose homes had been damaged. The cooperation that Sha Wujing had modeled began to emerge naturally as people realized that some problems could only be solved together. Most significantly, the administrators who had been pondering Tang Sanzang's questions about ultimate purpose began to see that a community's success might be measured by how well its members supported each other during difficulties, not by how effectively they competed during good times. The transformation wasn't immediate or complete. Many citizens remained committed to the competitive system, and the infrastructure of ranking was too deeply embedded to change quickly. But new ideas began to take root. Competitions with teams instead of only individuals, rankings that measured improvement rather than just achievement, categories that recognized cooperation and community service alongside individual excellence. The city began experimenting with collaboration competitions, where citizens were ranked on how effectively they could work together to achieve common goals. They introduced joy indexes that measured satisfaction and contentment alongside productivity and efficiency. Most importantly, they began to rediscover activities that had no ranking at all. Simple pleasures pursued for their own sake, relationships valued for connection rather than competitive advantage, moments of contentment that needed no comparison to anyone else's experience. After a month in the city, Tang Sanzang recognized that their work there had reached a natural conclusion. The community had begun its own process of transformation, developing new forms of measurement that honored both individual achievement and collective well-being. As they prepared to continue their westward journey, they were surprised by the number of citizens who came to thank them, not for winning any competitions, but for helping them remember that life contained values beyond victory. "You didn't eliminate competition," observed Chen Lu, one of the city's former top-ranked citizens. "You helped us remember that competition can serve joy rather than replacing it. That achievement can enhance life rather than consuming it." The city's chief administrator, whose questions had been transformed by his conversations with Tang Sanzang, offered a final insight. "We thought excellence meant being better than others. You've helped us see that true excellence might mean becoming the best version of ourselves while helping others do the same." As they walked away from what was now calling itself the City of Balanced Achievement, the travelers reflected on the lessons their second act of service had taught them. "Each community teaches us something new about being living scriptures," Tang Sanzang observed. "In the valley, we learned about gentle presence. Here, we discovered how to plant questions that grow into transformation. And we learned that extreme solutions often create their own problems," Wukong added. "Too little competition leads to stagnation, but too much competition destroys community. Balance, Bajie concluded, not the static balance of avoiding extremes, but the dynamic balance of honoring multiple values simultaneously. Sha Wujing nodded, looking back at the city where new forms of celebration could be heard. People cheering not just for individual victories, but for collective achievements, for improvements rather than just superiority, for the joy of participation alongside the satisfaction of excellence. Perhaps wisdom isn't about finding the right answers, he reflected, but about helping communities ask better questions and discover their own authentic responses. Ahead of them, the path continued westward toward new challenges and new opportunities to serve. They walked with the growing understanding that their journey had become not a linear progression toward a distant goal, but an eternal spiral of learning and service, each community they touched teaching them something new about the endless varieties of human wisdom and the countless ways that understanding could be shared. And that concludes Chapter 36. Tang Sanzang and his disciples have completed their second mission as living scriptures, helping the city of endless competition rediscover the balance between individual achievement and collective well-being. They've learned that transformation sometimes requires planting questions that grow into understanding rather than providing direct answers. If you enjoyed watching our heroes navigate a community consumed by competition and help them find balance between excellence and joy, please hit that like button and share your thoughts in the comments below. How do you think their subtle approach of questioning and modeling differed from more direct forms of intervention? What did you think of the city's evolution toward balanced achievement? Subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss Chapter 37, where our transformed travelers will encounter their next community and continue discovering the many ways wisdom can be shared through authentic presence and patient service. Here at Celestial Scrolls, we're committed to bringing these profound tales of balance, growth, and community transformation to life, one chapter at a time. Thank you so much for joining us on this journey of wisdom in action and the endless creativity of compassionate service. I'll see you next time as we continue westward with our heroes in their evolving roles as bridges between understanding and need. Welcome back to Celestial Scrolls, where ancient Chinese myths and legends come alive through storytelling. Today, we continue our epic journey with Chapter 37 of Journey to the West, the Village of Broken Connections. In our previous episode, Tang Sanzang and his disciples helped the city of endless competition rediscover the balance between individual achievement and collective well-being. This chapter brings our heroes to perhaps their most challenging community yet, a village where the very fabric of human connection has been torn apart by mistrust and accumulated resentments. The road from the city of balanced achievement led through increasingly isolated countryside, where farmhouses stood far apart and travelers grew scarce. The very landscape seemed to reflect a pattern of separation, fields divided by unnecessary walls, paths that diverged when they could have converged, bridges that had been built but then abandoned before completion. Tang Sanzang noticed these signs first, his transformed perception attuned to the subtle indicators of human disconnection. Observe how the infrastructure here speaks of division. he pointed out to his disciples as they passed a partially constructed market pavilion that had clearly been abandoned mid-project. This was meant to bring people together, but something prevented its completion. Wukong, scouting ahead with his enhanced vision, reported troubling observations. "Master, I see smoke from many chimneys ahead, indicating a substantial community. But the people move strangely. They avoid each other's paths, take roundabout routes to their destinations, and seem to communicate only when absolutely necessary." As they approached what appeared to be the village proper, they encountered their first resident, an elderly woman carrying water buckets who took one look at their group and immediately changed direction to avoid them entirely. When Tang Sanzang called out a polite greeting, she hunched her shoulders and walked faster, as if conversation itself posed a threat. The village, when they finally reached it, presented a peculiar sight. All the necessary elements of community life were present: homes, shops, wells, meeting areas, but they existed in isolation from each other. People emerged from their houses to conduct necessary business, but they did so with elaborate timing designed to minimize contact with neighbors. When encounters were unavoidable, residents spoke in clipped, formal tones while avoiding eye contact. A sign at the village edge read simply, "Separation Village, population 247. Please respect individual boundaries." The first person willing to speak with them was the village clerk, a tired-looking man whose office sat prominently in the center of the community, but felt as isolated as a tower on a mountain peak. His desk was positioned so that he could conduct business through a window without inviting anyone inside. "Travelers?" he asked through the window, his tone suggesting that visitors were unusual and possibly unwelcome. "I suppose you'll need accommodation. We have an inn, though it operates somewhat differently than you might expect. We would be grateful for lodging and any guidance you could offer about your community," Tang Sanzang replied politely. The clerk's expression grew wary. "Guidance? About what, specifically?" "We don't encourage involvement in local matters. People here prefer privacy. We've learned it's safer that way." "Safer? From what?" Sha Wujing asked gently. The clerk's face darkened. "From disappointment, from betrayal, from the complications that arise when people get too connected. We found that maintaining appropriate distance prevents most problems." He provided them with directions to the inn while carefully avoiding any information that might encourage them to linger or engage with other residents. The inn itself proved to be a marvel of isolation. Individual rooms with separate entrances, meals delivered to doors rather than shared in a common area, and strict policies against disturbing other guests with unnecessary social interaction. The innkeeper, a woman whose suspicious eyes suggested long experience with disappointment, explained the rules with weary efficiency. Payment in advance, no gatherings in rooms, no lending or borrowing between guests, no assistance offered to other patrons unless specifically requested through written notice to management. Questions about local affairs are discouraged. As they settled into their oddly isolating accommodations, the travelers began to piece together the village's history through overheard fragments and careful observation. This had once been a thriving, close-knit community called Harmony Village, where families intermarried, businesses collaborated closely, and neighbors shared resources freely. But something had gone wrong. Not a single dramatic event, but a series of conflicts, misunderstandings, and betrayals that had gradually poisoned the atmosphere of trust. Business partnerships had ended in bitter disputes. Marriages had dissolved into public scandals. Friends had chosen sides in arguments until the entire community was divided into factions that couldn't bear contact with each other. Eventually, the residents had decided that the solution was complete social distance. If people didn't get close, they couldn't hurt each other. If relationships remained superficial, betrayals couldn't cut deep. If expectations were minimal, disappointments would be manageable. The result was a community that functioned efficiently but felt spiritually dead. A collection of individuals who happened to live in proximity but shared nothing meaningful. This may be our greatest challenge yet, Tang Sanzang admitted to his disciples as they gathered quietly in his room to discuss their observations. In the valley, we helped people rediscover hope. In the city, we helped them balance individual and collective goals. But here, we must help heal wounds that have grown infected through years of avoidance. The people here aren't suffering from too little connection or too much competition, Wukong observed. They're protecting themselves from a connection because they've been hurt by it. And unlike our previous communities, they've actively chosen their isolation, Bajie added thoughtfully. They see their separation as a solution, not a problem. Sha Wujing nodded slowly. Which means they'll resist any attempt to bring them together. They've learned to equate closeness with danger. Their first attempts at service seemed to confirm these fears. When Bajie offered to help a struggling shopkeeper organize his inventory, the man recoiled as if offered poison. "What do you want in return?" he demanded suspiciously. "Nobody helps without expecting something back. I've learned that lesson." When Wukong tried to assist an elderly man who had dropped his packages, the response was even more hostile. "Keep your hands off my belongings." "I don't know what scheme you're running, but I'm not falling for it." Even Tang Sanzang's attempts at simple conversation were met with suspicion and deflection. People seemed to assume that any interest in their lives was preparation for some form of manipulation or betrayal. The breakthrough came through the village children who had not yet fully absorbed their parents' defensive isolation. A small girl named Mei Fin, perhaps 6 years old, was playing alone in a dusty courtyard when she scraped her knee on a rough stone. Her crying brought no response from the nearby adults, who had learned to avoid involvement in others' problems. Sha Wujing, unable to ignore a child's distress despite the village customs, approached carefully and offered to clean and bandage the wound. Mei Fin, too young to understand the complex social prohibitions that governed adult behavior, accepted his help gratefully. "Thank you, Uncle," she said simply, using the traditional term of respect for helpful adults. "Mama says I shouldn't talk to strangers, but you have kind eyes." This innocent exchange was observed by several adults who reacted with alarm, not at Sha Wujing's kindness, but at their own responses to witnessing it. Despite their protective cynicism, they couldn't help feeling touched by the simple interaction between adult compassion and childhood trust. More significantly, Mei Fin's mother emerged from her house to check on her daughter and found herself faced with a dilemma. Every instinct trained by years of defensive isolation told her to snatch her child away from the stranger, but she could see that her daughter was genuinely unhurt and that the stranger had acted with obvious care. "I thank you," she said reluctantly to Sha Wujing. "You didn't have to, but thank you." This small crack in the village's wall of isolation became the opening through which transformation could begin. Word spread that the strangers had helped a child without seeking anything in return, an action so unprecedented that it challenged everyone's carefully constructed assumptions about human motivation. Gradually, other opportunities for simple kindness arose. When an elderly woman's roof began leaking during a sudden rainstorm, Wukong repaired it quickly and efficiently, then disappeared before she could formulate appropriate suspicions about his motives. When a merchant's cart broke down in front of the inn, Bajie fixed the wheel and refused any payment, explaining that he simply enjoyed working with his hands. Each act of uncomplicated kindness forced the villagers to confront their defensive assumptions. If these strangers were helping without expecting anything in return, perhaps not all human interaction was inherently exploitative. If kindness could exist without hidden agendas, perhaps their protective isolation was no longer necessary. The real transformation began when Mei Fen's innocent trust started to spread to other children. Too young to fully understand the adult world's complex resentments, they began approaching the travelers with the natural curiosity and openness that their parents had learned to suppress. Tang Sanzang found himself surrounded by children during his morning meditations, their presence gradually creating a sense of peace that had been absent from the village for years. When their parents came to collect them, expecting to find trouble, they instead discovered their children participating in moments of genuine tranquility. "They seem happier," observed one mother, speaking to Tang Sanzang with careful formality but obvious curiosity. "My daughter has been laughing more since you arrived. I had almost forgotten what her laughter sounded like." "Children remember what adults sometimes forget," Tang Sanzang replied gently. "That connection brings joy as well as risk, and that the joy often outweighs the risk." The woman was quiet for a long moment. "But the risk is real," she finally said. "People do hurt each other. Trust does get betrayed. I've seen it happen over and over." "Yes," Tang Sanzang agreed, "and when that happens, we can choose to close our hearts forever, or we can learn to trust more wisely while remaining open to connection. The choice shapes not just our safety, but our capacity for joy." This conversation, overheard by other parents who had come to collect their children, planted seeds of questioning in minds that had been closed to alternatives for years. If their children could find happiness through connection with strangers, perhaps the village's strategy of complete isolation wasn't the only solution to human conflict. The turning point came during a crisis that the village's isolation policies were entirely inadequate to handle. A fire broke out in the granary that stored the community's winter food supply, a disaster that threatened everyone's survival regardless of their social boundaries. In the face of this emergency, the artificial barriers between residents began to crumble. People who hadn't spoken in years found themselves working side by side to form bucket brigades. Former enemies collaborated to evacuate grain and equipment. The very survival of the community required the kind of cooperation that their defensive isolation had made impossible. Tang Sanzang and his disciples threw themselves into the firefighting effort, but more importantly, they served as bridges between villagers who had forgotten how to work together. When two men who had been feuding for years found themselves paralyzed by old resentments, even in the face of crisis, Wukong stepped between them. "Your argument is with each other," he said firmly but kindly. "The fire doesn't care about your disagreement. Save your community first, then decide whether your feud is worth maintaining." Similar moments of mediation occurred throughout the crisis as the travelers helped villagers remember that their survival depended on cooperation, not separation. More profoundly, many residents rediscovered that working together toward a common goal felt better than maintaining isolated self-sufficiency. When the fire was finally extinguished and the damage assessed, the community faced a choice. They could return to their protective isolation, having learned that it failed them in crisis, or they could begin the difficult work of rebuilding not just their granary, but their capacity for trust. The children, who had never fully accepted the adult world's defensive barriers, became unexpected advocates for reconnection. "Why can't we eat together sometimes?" asked Mei Fen at a community meeting called to discuss reconstruction. "Uncle Sha says sharing food makes it taste better." "And why can't we have festivals again?" added another child. "Grandmother told me stories about when people used to celebrate together." The adults found themselves without good answers to these innocent questions. Their protective isolation had indeed prevented some forms of hurt, but it had also prevented all forms of joy that came through connection. Gradually, tentatively, the village began to experiment with limited forms of community rebuilding. They started with practical cooperation, shared work projects where people could collaborate without having to fully trust each other. They organized community meals where attendance was voluntary and conversation was kept to safe topics. Most importantly, they began to develop new social norms that honored both connection and caution. They created protocols for handling conflicts before they could poison relationships. They established clear boundaries that allowed for cooperation without forced intimacy. They learned to distinguish between healthy caution and destructive cynicism. The process was slow, often painful, and frequently interrupted by setbacks when old wounds reopened or new conflicts arose. But the children's natural capacity for connection provided a constant reminder of what the community could become if its adults were willing to risk growth. After 2 months in the village, Tang Sanzang recognized that their most important work was complete. The villagers had not returned to naive trust, but they had begun to develop mature discernment. The ability to form connections while maintaining appropriate boundaries, to forgive past hurts without forgetting the lessons they taught, to remain open to joy while protecting themselves from exploitation. "You haven't fixed our problems," observed the village clerk on the day they prepared to leave. His title had evolved to community coordinator, as his role expanded beyond mere record-keeping to helping facilitate the village's gradual reconnection. People still disagree. Some relationships are still strained. We're still learning how to balance trust with caution. "Perfection was never the goal," Tang Sanzang replied gently. "Growth was. Learning was. The willingness to keep trying despite past disappointments." The village they left behind had renamed itself New Connections Village, acknowledging both their painful history and their commitment to building something better. It wasn't a return to naive harmony, but an evolution toward mature community. Relationships built on realistic understanding rather than either blind trust or defensive isolation. As they departed, the travelers reflected on their most complex challenge yet. They had learned that healing relationships requires different wisdom than fixing individual problems. Patience with setbacks, acceptance of imperfection, and faith in gradual growth. Perhaps the greatest wisdom we shared, Sha Wujing observed, was helping them understand that avoiding all risk of hurt also means avoiding all possibility of joy. And that concludes Chapter 37. Tang Sanzang and his disciples helped the village of broken connections begin the delicate work of rebuilding trust after years of defensive isolation, learning that healing relationships requires patience, acceptance of imperfection, and faith in gradual growth. If you enjoyed watching our heroes navigate broken trust and help a community rediscover balance between connection and healthy boundaries, please like and share your thoughts below. Subscribe for Chapter 38, where our transformed travelers continue discovering the endless varieties of human wisdom and ways understanding can be shared. Thank you for joining us on this journey of relationship healing and the patient work of rebuilding community. Welcome back to Celestial Scrolls, where ancient Chinese myths and legends come alive through storytelling. Today, we continue our epic journey with Chapter 38 of Journey to the West, the Crossroads of All Paths. In our previous episode, Tang Sanzang and his disciples completed their most emotionally complex mission yet, helping the village of broken connections begin the delicate work of rebuilding trust and community after years of defensive isolation. They learned that healing relationships requires patience with imperfection and faith in gradual growth. This chapter brings our transformed heroes to a mystical convergence point where all paths meet, past and future, mortal and divine, individual and collective. Here they will encounter travelers from every realm they visited and discover that their journey as living scriptures has created ripples that extend far beyond their direct service. It's a moment of profound recognition and choice that will determine the next phase of their eternal westward journey. If you've been following our heroes through their transformation from seekers to teachers, you won't want to miss this pivotal moment of reflection and revelation. Hit subscribe and the notification bell to continue this legendary quest. Now, let's arrive at the crossroads of all paths. The road from New Connections Village led through terrain that seemed to shift subtly with each step, as if the very landscape was preparing for something significant. Mountains appeared and faded like mirages, rivers flowed uphill before correcting their course, and the sky above displayed colors that belonged to no earthly sunset. Tang Sanzang felt his staff growing increasingly warm, the 108 characters pulsing with an urgency he hadn't experienced since their transformation in the mountains of celestial resonance. Master, Wukong observed, his enhanced senses detecting unusual energies ahead, the path is converging with others. I can hear the footsteps of many travelers, all approaching from different directions. Indeed, as they continued westward, other paths began to emerge from the shifting landscape, some appearing as golden roads that seemed to descend from the heavens, others rising as silver trails from deep valleys, still others materializing as crystal walkways that bridged impossible distances. Each path carried its own travelers, and Tang Sanzang felt a growing sense of anticipation mixed with recognition. "This feels familiar," Sha Wujing murmured, his foundational nature allowing him to sense the deeper patterns at work. "Like a place we've been before, but also like somewhere we've always been heading." Bajie, his transformed understanding making him sensitive to the emotional currents in the air, added thoughtfully, "It feels like homecoming, but not to a place, to a purpose." As the various paths converged, the travelers found themselves approaching a vast circular plaza that seemed to exist at the intersection of all possible journeys. The space was neither entirely physical nor completely spiritual, but partook of both natures simultaneously. At its center stood a simple stone pillar, unmarked but somehow significant, radiating the same gentle energy as the starlight crystals they carried. But what truly captured their attention were the other arrivals at this mystical crossroads. From every direction, travelers were approaching, and with growing amazement, Tang Sanzang and his disciples began to recognize familiar faces. From the path leading east came representatives from the Valley of Gentle Starts, including Lin Sorrow, though she now called herself Lin Hope, walking with the measured confidence of someone who had learned to balance caution with openness. Behind her walked farmers and artisans, children and elders, all bearing the quiet dignity of people who had rediscovered the courage to care. From the northern path arrived citizens of the city of balanced achievement, led by Chen Lu and the former chief administrator. Their procession moved with purposeful energy, but energy tempered by consideration for the pace of their companions. They carried banners displaying not individual rankings, but collective accomplishments, community projects completed, problems solved together, joys shared across former competitive barriers. The Southern Path brought delegates from New Connections Village, including little May Finn, now slightly older and walking hand in hand with other children whose laughter had helped heal adult wounds. Her mother and the village coordinator accompanied them, their faces bearing the wisdom that comes from learning to trust carefully but genuinely. But these were not the only arrivals. From paths that seemed to lead from impossible distances came beings the four disciples recognized from earlier phases of their journey, representatives from the plane of 10,000 communities, figures who resembled the water echoes from the ocean of collective memory, even crystalline formations that seemed to have traveled from the mountains of celestial resonance itself. A gathering, Tang Sanzang realized, his understanding expanded by the profound significance of the moment. All those we have served, all those we have learned from, all those whose paths have intersected with ours. As the various groups filled the circular plaza, a sense of expectant silence settled over the assembled multitude. No one seemed to know exactly why they had been drawn to this convergence, but everyone felt the significance of the moment. The silence was broken by a voice that seemed to come from the central pillar itself. Not the commanding tone of divine authority, but the gentle guidance of infinite wisdom. "Welcome, travelers all, to the crossroads of all paths. You have been gathered here not by chance, but by the connections you have woven through authentic service and genuine learning." The voice paused, allowing the weight of recognition to settle among the assembled beings. Each path that brought you here represents a choice to serve rather than be served, to learn rather than merely teach, to connect rather than isolate, to grow rather than remain static. Tang Sanzang stepped forward, feeling the eyes of the entire gathering upon him. "We are honored to be here," he said, his voice carrying clearly across the plaza, "but we do not understand the purpose of this convergence." The voice from the pillar responded with what seemed like gentle amusement. "Understanding is not required for participation in the great work. But since you ask, observe what your choices have created." As the words were spoken, the air above the plaza began to shimmer and images began to form, not memories of past events, but visions of ongoing transformations that rippled outward from each community they had served. They saw the Valley of Gentle Starts hosting other communities that had lost hope, sharing their hard-won wisdom about finding courage to care despite uncertainty. The techniques of gradual healing had spread far beyond the original valley, helping countless other places rediscover the strength to risk disappointment in service of growth. They witnessed the city of balanced achievement developing new forms of cooperation that honored both individual excellence and collective well-being. Their innovations in collaborative competition had influenced dozens of other communities, creating networks of mutual support that strengthened rather than threatened individual accomplishment. They observed New Connections Village sending out mediators and healers who helped other communities navigate the delicate work of rebuilding trust after betrayal. Their methods of balancing connection with healthy boundaries had become templates for relationship healing across vast regions. "Our service has created ripples," Wukong observed with wonder, watching the expanding networks of influence spread across the visionary display above them. "More than ripples," the voice corrected gently. "You have created currents, streams of wisdom that flow between communities, carrying insights and innovations, connecting separated places through shared understanding." The images above continued to unfold, showing how the three communities they had directly served had become sources of healing and guidance for countless others. But more profoundly, the visions revealed how their approach, patient presence, authentic example, gentle questioning, and respect for each community's autonomy had itself become a teaching that spread through the network of connections. "This is the nature of living scriptures," the voice explained. "Not texts to be read, but examples to be lived. Not wisdom to be hoarded, but understanding to be shared through action. You have become not just carriers of enlightenment, but catalysts for its spread." Lin Hope stepped forward from among the valley representatives. "You taught us that hope and disappointment could coexist," she said to Tang Sanzang and his disciples. "But in learning that lesson, we discovered we could teach it to others. Your gift to us became our gift to pass forward." Chen Lu nodded agreement from the city delegation. "You showed us that competition and cooperation weren't opposites, but partners. That insight transformed not just our city, but every community we've since worked with." Little Mei Fen, now serving as an unofficial spokesperson for her village, added with the directness of youth, "You helped the grown-ups remember how to trust and be careful at the same time. Now they help other grown-ups who forgot the same thing." As these testimonials continued, Tang Sanzang and his disciples began to understand the profound truth being revealed to them. Their transformation from seekers to teachers had been only the first step. Through their service, they had become part of a vast network of mutual learning and support that extended far beyond anything they had imagined. But now you must choose, the voice from the pillar continued, its tone taking on greater weight. Your journey westward can continue along many paths. You can return to any of the communities you have served, deepening your work there. You can venture into realms not yet explored, seeking new forms of wisdom to integrate and share. You can ascend to celestial planes where your understanding can be tested against cosmic truths. Or ... The voice paused, and in that pause, the entire gathering held its breath. You can choose the path of eternal service, becoming permanent bridges between realms, guides for other seekers, and anchors for the network of connection you have helped create. This path leads not to a destination, but to a state of being, forever growing, forever serving, forever learning through the act of teaching. The weight of this choice settled over the four travelers. They had begun their journey seeking the Buddha's scriptures in the Western paradise, believing that enlightenment lay in reaching a specific place and acquiring particular knowledge. Now they understood that they had become the very scriptures they had sought, and their choice would determine how that wisdom would serve the world. Tang Sanzang looked at his three disciples, seeing in their faces the same mixture of recognition and uncertainty he felt in his own heart. They had grown so much since their early adventures, transforming from a collection of individuals seeking personal redemption into a unified force for positive change in the world. "We must discuss this among ourselves," he said to the assembled gathering, and the voice from the pillar. "Of course," came the gentle reply. "True choice requires contemplation. The crossroads will wait." As the four travelers withdrew to a quiet section of the plaza, the other groups began their own conversations. Communities shared stories of transformation and growth. Celestial beings offered perspectives on the cosmic significance of their gathering, and individuals reflected on how their own journeys had led them to this moment of convergence. "What do you think, my friends?" Tang Sanzang asked, as they sat in a circle just as they had so many times during their journey. "What does your heart tell you about the path forward?" Wukong spoke first, his words careful and thoughtful. "I have always been a creature of action, Master. The idea of eternal service appeals to the part of me that loves challenges and helping others grow. But I wonder, is there still more for us to learn that we can only discover by continuing our original journey?" Bajie nodded thoughtfully. "I've found such satisfaction in our recent service to communities. The joy I've discovered in helping others find balance feels more fulfilling than any pleasure I pursued in my earlier existence. Yet I'm curious about what forms of wisdom we might encounter in realms we haven't yet explored." Sha Wujing's response came slowly, as his responses always did. "For so long, I defined myself through service to specific individuals. First in heaven, then to you, Master. But our recent work has shown me that service can be much broader. The network of connection we've helped create feels like it could become a foundation for tremendous good. Perhaps our highest service would be to tend that network." Tang Sanzang listened to each perspective with the deep attention he had cultivated through their years together. "You each speak wisdom," he reflected, "but I find myself thinking about something the celestial beings told us in the crystal mountains, that our destination was not a place but a state of being, and that we had been arriving at it gradually through every step of our journey. He paused, watching the interactions among the various groups scattered throughout the plaza, looking at what we've accomplished, at the connections we've helped create, at the wisdom that flows between communities because of our service. I believe we may have already arrived at the Western paradise we sought, not as a location to reach, but as a way of being in the world. Wukong's eyes lit up with understanding. You mean the scriptures we sought were never meant to be retrieved, but to be written through living? And the Buddha we sought to find was never separate from the Buddha nature we were cultivating within ourselves and helping others discover, Bajie added. Sha Wujing smiled with quiet certainty. Then our choice is not really about changing direction, but about recognizing what we have already become and committing to it fully. Tang Sanzang nodded, feeling the same certainty settle into his own heart. The eternal westward journey, not toward a distant goal, but deeper into the infinite possibilities of conscious service and compassionate connection. When they returned to the center of the plaza and announced their decision to the assembled gathering, the response was immediate and profound. The representatives from their 3 served communities expressed joy that their teachers would remain available as resources and guides. The celestial beings offered blessings for their choice to serve as permanent bridges between realms. The other mystical travelers welcomed them as fellow wanderers on the infinite path of service. But most significantly, the voice from the central pillar spoke with unmistakable approval. You have chosen well. The path of eternal service is the path of endless discovery. Each act of help creates new opportunities for learning. Each community served opens pathways to others in need. Each connection forged strengthens the entire network of understanding. As the voice spoke, the starlight crystals they carried began to merge with their very essence, becoming not objects they possessed, but aspects of their being. The transformation was gentle but profound. They remained themselves while becoming something more, individual consciousnesses that were also part of a vast network of wisdom and service. You are now living bridges between all the realms you have visited and all those you have yet to encounter, the voice continued. Your journey westward becomes an eternal spiral, ever deepening, ever expanding, ever serving the growth of consciousness in all its forms. The gathering began to disperse as representatives returned to their various communities and realms, carrying with them the blessing of this convergence and the knowledge that their teachers would always be available when needed. But the 4 travelers remained, understanding that their relationship to the physical journey was now fundamentally changed. They would still travel westward, but westward now meant toward ever greater depths of service and understanding. They would still face challenges and adventures, but these would arise from the needs of communities they had yet to encounter and forms of wisdom they had yet to integrate. They would still grow and learn, but their learning would be forever intertwined with their teaching, their growth inseparable from their service to others. As the sun set over the crossroads of all paths, though sunset here seemed to lead not to darkness, but to a different kind of illumination, Tang Sanzang and his disciples prepared to continue their journey. But now they traveled not as seekers approaching their goal, but as fully realized servants of the infinite awakening of all beings. "Where shall we go next?" Wukong asked, his question carrying both curiosity and confidence. Tang Sanzang smiled, feeling the network of connection stretching out in all directions around them, sensing communities in need and opportunities for service calling from countless realms. "Wherever we're needed most," he replied, "the path will show itself as we walk it." And with that understanding, they stepped forward into the endless adventure of conscious service, their true journey westward finally begun. And that concludes Chapter 38. Tang Sanzang and his disciples have reached the crossroads of all paths, where they discovered that their service had created vast networks of connection and healing. Faced with the choice of eternal service, they recognized that they had already arrived at the Western paradise they sought, not as a place, but as a way of being in the world, as living bridges between realms. This pivotal chapter reveals that their true journey was never about reaching a destination, but about becoming worthy vessels for infinite service and compassion. If you enjoyed this profound moment of recognition and choice, please hit that like button and share your thoughts in the comments below. What did you think of their realization that the scriptures they sought were written through living, rather than retrieved as objects? Subscribe and turn on notifications for future episodes as we continue following our transformed heroes in their eternal journey of service and discovery. Here at Celestial Scrolls, we're committed to bringing these timeless tales of spiritual evolution and compassionate service to life, one chapter at a time. Thank you so much for joining us on this incredible journey of transformation from seekers to teachers to eternal servants of wisdom. The adventure continues as our heroes embrace their roles as living scriptures in an infinite spiral of learning and service. Welcome back to Celestial Scrolls, where ancient Chinese myths and legends come alive through storytelling. Today, we continue our epic journey with Chapter 39 of Journey to the West, the Realm of Forgotten Dreams. In our previous episode, Tang Sanzang and his disciples reached the crossroads of all paths, where they chose to embrace eternal service as living bridges between realms rather than continue seeking a distant destination. They discovered that their true journey was not toward the Western paradise, but deeper into infinite possibilities of conscious service and compassionate connection. This chapter takes our transformed heroes into their first adventure as eternal servants of wisdom, as they're drawn to a realm where dreams themselves have been abandoned and forgotten. Here they'll discover that some of the most profound service involves helping beings remember not just what they've lost, but what they never dared to imagine was possible. If you've been following our heroes through their ultimate transformation into living scriptures, you won't want to miss this exploration of how hope itself can be rekindled in the most unlikely places. Hit subscribe and the notification bell to continue this legendary quest. Now, let's enter the realm of forgotten dreams. The path from the crossroads of all paths felt different beneath their feet, not because it had changed, but because they had. Tang Sanzang and his disciples moved with the fluid grace of beings who no longer struggled against their purpose, but flowed in harmony with it. The network of connection they had become part of guided them not through conscious decision, but through intuitive response to where they were most needed. "Master," Wukong observed as they walked through landscape that seemed to shift between the substantial and the ephemeral. I can sense our destination calling, but it feels muffled, as if something is dampening the signal. Indeed, the further they traveled, the more the world around them seemed to lose definition. Colors faded to sepia tones, sounds became muted and distant, and even the air itself felt thinner, less substantial. Most disturbing of all, the very light seemed to be draining away, not into darkness, but into a gray nothingness that was somehow more oppressive than the deepest night. Tang Sanzang felt his staff responding to this strange environment, its 108 characters pulsing with increased intensity as if working harder to maintain their illumination. We're entering a realm where something fundamental has been lost, he realized. Not destroyed, but abandoned. Bajie, his transformed sensitivity making him acutely aware of emotional atmospheres, shivered despite the moderate temperature. It feels like sadness, he said quietly, but not the sharp sadness of loss, more like the dull sadness of never having tried. As they continued deeper into this strange realm, they began to encounter its inhabitants, beings who moved through their environment with mechanical efficiency, but no apparent joy or purpose beyond mere survival. These creatures looked human, but seemed somehow diminished, as if they were living as partial versions of themselves. The first group they met was working in what appeared to be a factory, though what they were producing was unclear. The workers performed their tasks with precise competence, but no engagement, their faces blank and their movements purely functional. "Excuse me," Tang Sanzang approached one of the workers politely. "Could you tell us about this place? We are travelers seeking to understand your realm." The worker paused in his task and looked at Tang Sanzang with eyes that seemed to focus with effort, as if remembering how to see. "This is the production facility," he replied in a voice devoid of inflection. "We produce necessary items for daily survival. It is adequate work for adequate beings." "But what do you dream of creating?" Wukong asked with genuine curiosity. "What would you make if you could make anything?" The worker's expression flickered with momentary confusion, then settled back into blankness. "Dream? I don't understand the question. We make what is needed. Nothing more is required." Sha Wujing tried a different approach. "Before you worked here, what did you hope to become? What called to your heart as a young person?" This question seemed to cause the worker actual discomfort. He clutched his head as if in pain and stepped backward. "Hope? Called to my heart?" These words, they hurt to hear. "Please don't use such language. It makes everything feel insufficient." The worker hurried away, and other workers who had overheard the conversation also moved away from the travelers, their faces showing the first real emotion they had displayed. Fear, mixed with something that might have been longing. "We're in a realm where dreams have been systematically abandoned," Tang Sanzang understood with growing clarity. "Not taken away, but voluntarily surrendered because they created too much pain." As they explored further, they found a settlement that embodied this principle completely. The architecture was purely functional. Buildings that provided adequate shelter but no beauty, streets that facilitated movement but offered no pleasure in walking them, public spaces that served necessary functions but inspired no gathering or celebration. A sign at the settlement center read, "Welcome to Sufficient Town. Population 1,847. All needs met adequately." The residents they encountered moved through their daily routines with the same mechanical efficiency they had observed at the factory. They ate food that provided nutrition but no enjoyment, wore clothes that protected but offered no expression of personality, and spoke only when communication was necessary for practical purposes. This is what happens when people give up on anything beyond mere survival. Bajie observed with profound sadness. They've created a life without disappointment by creating a life without aspiration. They were approached by what appeared to be the settlement's administrator, a woman whose gray uniform and gray expression perfectly matched the gray atmosphere around them. "I am Administrator Function," she announced. "You are visitors. State your business." "We are travelers," Tang Sanzang replied gently. "We're here to learn from your community and perhaps offer whatever service might be helpful." Administrator Function's face showed the same flicker of confusion they had seen in the factory worker. "Service? Learn? I don't understand these concepts in their current context. We have achieved perfect adequacy here. No improvements are needed or desired." "But what about beauty?" Wukong asked. "Joy? Wonder? The pleasure of creating something that serves no purpose but bringing happiness?" Administrator Function actually flinched as if the words had physical impact. "Stop," she said, her voice showing the first variation in tone they had heard. "Those concepts are painful. They lead to wanting more than is sufficient. They create dissatisfaction with adequacy. They are forbidden here." "Forbidden by whom?" Sha Wujing asked gently. "By choice," Administrative Function replied, her voice growing quieter. "Long ago we chose to abandon all desires beyond basic need. It was the only way to stop the hurt." As she spoke these words, tears began to form in her eyes, the first genuine emotion they had witnessed in this gray realm. But she quickly wiped them away and straightened her shoulders. "You must not speak of such things. It disturbs the peace we have worked so hard to achieve." That evening, they were assigned accommodation in the settlement's visitor facility, a building that provided exactly what was needed for sleep and nothing more. As they settled in for the night, they could hear through the thin walls the sounds of a community going to sleep. But there were no lullabies, no evening conversations, no sounds of contentment or peace. Just the mechanical settling of people preparing for another day of adequate existence. How do we serve people who have chosen protection from hope itself? Tang Sanzang asked his disciples as they gathered quietly to discuss their observations. "We can't force them to dream again," Wukong reflected. "That would be just another form of violence. But perhaps we can demonstrate what dreaming looks like. Let them observe it safely from a distance. And we must be very gentle," Bajie added thoughtfully. "Their abandonment of dreams wasn't casual. It was a response to deep pain. They need to feel safe before they can risk hoping again." Sha Wujing nodded slowly. "Perhaps we start not with encouraging them to dream, but with helping them remember that adequacy itself could be a foundation for something more rather than a ceiling that limits growth." The next morning, the travelers began their service in the most subtle way possible. Instead of trying to change the settlement systems or convince anyone to abandon their chosen lifestyle, they simply began to infuse their own activities with the joy and purpose that came naturally to their transformed state. Tang Sanzang conducted his morning meditation in the settlement's central square, not as a public display but as his authentic practice. The gentle light from his staff and the peaceful energy of his presence created a small island of tranquility that residents began to notice, though they maintained their distance. Wukong offered to help with various practical tasks around the settlement, but he performed each job with a level of engagement and craftsmanship that went slightly beyond mere adequacy. When he repaired a broken door, he made sure it not only functioned but operated smoothly and quietly. When he helped move supplies, he found efficient methods that reduced effort while increasing effectiveness. Bajie took over food preparation at the visitor facility, and though he was careful not to create anything too elaborate that might be seen as excessive, he brought care and attention to the cooking that resulted in meals that were not just nutritionally adequate, but genuinely nourishing and satisfying. Sha Wujing simply made himself available to help with whatever needed doing, but he brought to each task a quality of presence and attention that transformed even mundane work into something that felt meaningful. At first, residents observed these activities with suspicion and concern, but gradually some began to show curiosity. A few started lingering near Tang Sanzang's meditation sessions, not participating, but absorbing the atmosphere of peace. Others found excuses to be present when Wukong was working, subtly studying his methods. Meals prepared by Bajie began to draw more residents than strictly necessary, and people started arriving early just to watch the preparation process. The breakthrough came when a young resident, one of the few whose gray uniform couldn't quite hide an underlying vibrancy, approached Sha Wujing while he was tending a small garden behind the visitor facility. "Why do you work so carefully with those plants?" she asked quietly, glancing around to make sure no one was observing their conversation. "They're just vegetables. Adequate nutrition can be obtained with minimal effort." Sha Wujing continued his gentle work as he replied, "You're right that they provide nutrition. But I've found that when I give attention to the growing process, really notice the soil, the light, the way each plant develops, the work becomes pleasant. The vegetables taste better, but more than that, the time spent tending them feels meaningful rather than merely necessary." The young woman was quiet for a long moment. "Pleasant," she repeated the word as if testing its weight. "I think I remember that feeling. From before." "Before what?" Sha Wujing asked gently. "Before we learned that wanting more than adequacy only leads to pain." Her voice grew wistful. I used to paint pictures just for the joy of seeing colors come together. But it made me want to paint even more beautiful pictures, and when I couldn't achieve what I imagined, it hurt so much. So I stopped." Sha Wujing nodded with understanding. The pain of unfulfilled dreams can indeed be intense, but what if the painting itself brought joy, regardless of whether it matched your imagination? What if the pleasure was in the process of creation rather than in achieving a perfect result? The young woman, who quietly told him her name was Lily, though she was officially designated as Resident 847, began visiting the garden regularly. At first, she just watched Sha Wujing work, but gradually she began to help with small tasks, and slowly, very slowly, she began to rediscover the pleasure of nurturing growth for its own sake. Word of these subtle changes began to spread through the settlement. Administrator Function called a meeting to address what she termed concerning deviations from established adequacy protocols. Some residents have been observed engaging in activities beyond minimum necessity, she announced to the gathered population. This threatens the peace we have worked to achieve. It risks reintroducing the painful desires that we have successfully eliminated. But as she spoke, Tang Sanzang noticed that many residents were not looking at her with the blank agreement he had initially observed. Some faces showed conflict, others curiosity, and a few displayed something that might have been the early stirrings of hope. Administrator Function, Tang Sanzang said respectfully. May I ask a question? She nodded curtly. When your community chose adequacy over aspiration, was the goal to eliminate pain or to eliminate the possibility of growth that might involve temporary pain? The question hung in the air like a seed waiting to sprout. Administrator Function opened her mouth to respond, then closed it, her gray composure beginning to show cracks. Because, Tang Sanzang continued gently, I've observed that some forms of pain, like the discomfort a plant experiences when reaching toward light, are actually part of the process of becoming more than we currently are. Lily stepped forward from the crowd, her voice small but clear. I've been helping in the garden, she announced, and I've been remembering what it felt like to want to create something beautiful. It does hurt sometimes, when I remember how much joy I used to find in painting, but the hurt isn't the end of the story anymore. Other residents began to murmur among themselves. Someone mentioned noticing how much more satisfying meals had become. Another admitted to enjoying the sound of tools working properly after Wukong's careful repairs. A third confessed to finding unexpected peace during the morning meditations. Administrator Function looked around at her people with growing alarm. This is exactly what we sought to prevent, she said, her voice rising. These feelings lead to wanting more, and wanting more leads to disappointment, and disappointment leads to learning, Wukong interjected quietly, to growth, to the discovery that we're more resilient than we thought, and that joy can exist alongside uncertainty. What if, Bajie added thoughtfully, adequacy became not a limitation, but a foundation, a stable base from which we could safely explore what might be possible? The debate that followed continued for hours, with residents sharing long-suppressed memories of dreams abandoned and aspirations set aside. Some remained committed to their chosen adequacy, and the travelers respected that choice. But others began to express tentative interest in rediscovering what they had given up. Over the following weeks, the settlement began to experience what could only be called a gentle renaissance. Lily began painting again, creating simple works that brought color and beauty to the gray environment. Others rediscovered music, craftsmanship, storytelling, and gardening. Most importantly, they learned to hold both adequacy and aspiration simultaneously, maintaining their security while allowing room for growth. The transformation wasn't universal or complete. Many residents remained committed to their original choice, and even those who began to dream again did so cautiously, with full awareness that disappointment remained possible. But something fundamental had shifted in the settlement's atmosphere. Administrator Function eventually approached Tang Sanzang with a request that surprised him. "I want to understand," she said, her gray uniform now accessorized with a small flower that Lily had painted and offered as a gift. "I want to know how you balance hope with safety, dreams with adequacy. But I'm scared." "Fear is natural when we're considering growth," Tang Sanzang replied with infinite gentleness. "But notice that you've already taken the first step. You've allowed curiosity to exist alongside fear. That itself is a form of courage." When the time came for the travelers to continue their eternal journey, the settlement had renamed itself Foundation Town, acknowledging that adequacy could serve as a base for further growth rather than a barrier against it. Not all residents chose to explore beyond their established adequacy, but those who did so had the support and understanding of their community. "You've helped us remember," Lily said as they prepared to depart, "that dreams don't have to be all-or-nothing propositions. They can be gentle additions to adequate lives rather than desperate escapes from them." Administrator Function, who had quietly begun calling herself Administrator Foundation, offered a final insight. "We thought we had to choose between safety and growth. You've shown us that the strongest growth often happens when we feel safest." As they walked away from Foundation Town, where the first sounds of music in decades could be heard drifting from workshops where residents were cautiously rediscovering abandoned crafts, the travelers reflected on the profound lessons their first mission as eternal servants had taught them. "We learned that some communities need permission to hope again," Tang Sanzang observed, "and that such permission must be offered gently, with full respect for the pain that caused them to abandon hope in the first place." "We discovered that adequate can be a foundation rather than a ceiling," Wukong added thoughtfully, "that security and growth aren't opposites but can support each other. And we found that sometimes the greatest service is simply demonstrating what joy looks like," Bajie concluded, "so that others can remember it exists." Sha Wujing nodded, looking back at the town where small gardens were beginning to bloom around functional buildings. "Perhaps most importantly, we learned that transformation doesn't require abandoning what has served us, but can involve expanding from what we've already achieved." The path ahead led toward new challenges and new opportunities for service, but they walked it with the deep satisfaction of beings who had found their authentic purpose. They were no longer seeking the Western paradise. They were creating it one community at a time through the patient, gentle work of helping others remember what was possible. And that concludes Chapter 39. Tang Sanzang and his disciples have completed their first mission as eternal servants of wisdom, helping the realm of forgotten dreams transform into Foundation Town by gently demonstrating that adequacy can be a base for growth rather than a barrier against it. They learned that some communities need permission to hope again, and that such permission must be offered with infinite gentleness and respect. If you enjoyed watching our heroes help a community rediscover the possibility of dreaming while maintaining their sense of security, please hit that like button and share your thoughts in the comments below. How do you balance hope with safety in your own life? What did you think of their approach of demonstrating joy rather than arguing for it? Subscribe and turn on notifications to continue following our transformed heroes in their eternal journey of service and discovery. Here at Celestial Scrolls, we're committed to bringing these profound tales of gentle transformation and the careful cultivation of hope to life, one chapter at a time. Thank you so much for joining us on this exploration of how dreams can be rekindled through patient presence and authentic example. I'll see you next time as we continue with our heroes in their infinite spiral of learning through service. Welcome back to Celestial Scrolls, where ancient Chinese myths and legends come alive through storytelling. Today, we continue our epic journey with Chapter 40 of Journey to the West, the Mirror Realm of Infinite Selves. In our previous episode, Tang Sanzang and his disciples completed their first mission as eternal servants of wisdom, helping the realm of forgotten dreams transform into Foundation Town by gently demonstrating that adequacy can serve as a base for growth, rather than a barrier against it. They learned the delicate art of rekindling hope through patient presence and authentic example. This chapter takes our transformed heroes into perhaps their strangest adventure yet, a realm where infinite versions of themselves exist simultaneously, each representing a different choice or path they might have taken. Here they'll discover that true wisdom sometimes requires confronting not just who they are, but who they might have been, and learning to integrate the lessons from lives unlived. If you've been following our heroes through their eternal journey of service and discovery, you won't want to miss this mind-bending exploration of possibility, choice, and the infinite nature of consciousness itself. Hit subscribe and the notification bell to continue this legendary quest. Now let's enter the mirror realm of infinite selves. The path from Foundation Town led through increasingly surreal landscape, where reality seemed to bend and fold upon itself like origami made from existence itself. Tang Sanzang noticed that his reflection in puddles and polished surfaces had begun to lag slightly behind his movements, as if the images were taking time to catch up with his presence. "Master," Wukong observed, his sharp eyes detecting anomalies that even his enhanced perception struggled to categorize. "Something is wrong with the way light behaves here. I see myself in surfaces that shouldn't be reflective, and sometimes the reflections are different." Indeed, as they continued along the path, their reflections became increasingly independent. In a stream's surface, Tang Sanzang glimpsed himself dressed not in monk's robes, but in imperial garments, his expression bearing the weight of temporal rather than spiritual authority. In the polished bark of a peculiar tree, Bajie saw himself still in celestial form, unmarked by his fall from grace, surrounded by heavenly luxury. "We're approaching a realm where possibility takes physical form," Tang Sanzang realized, his transformed understanding allowing him to perceive the deeper patterns at work. "A place where all the paths we didn't take exist as real as the one we chose." Sha Wujing paused beside a crystalline rock formation within which he could see himself living peacefully by a river, never punished, never exiled, a version of himself that had never committed the offense that led to his transformation. Are we seeing what was, what might have been, or what still could be? He wondered aloud. As they crested a hill, the answer to his question became apparent. Spread before them lay a vast city constructed entirely of mirrors and reflective surfaces, its buildings and streets creating an infinite maze of reflected possibilities. But these weren't empty reflections. Each surface contained active scenes of alternate versions of their lives playing out in perfect detail. The mirror realm of infinite selves, Tang Sanzang read from a sign that itself was mirrored, creating endless recursive copies of the words stretching into impossible distances, where every choice creates a reality and every reality seeks integration. As they approached the city's entrance, they were met by a figure that was simultaneously familiar and alien. A version of Tang Sanzang dressed in rich merchant robes, his hands soft from a life of commerce rather than calloused from spiritual discipline. Welcome, fellow travelers. This alternate Tang Sanzang greeted them with a warm smile. I am the merchant Sanzang, keeper of the Eastern Gate. I represent the path of worldly engagement, the choice to serve others through prosperity and trade rather than through spiritual teaching. Behind him stood other figures that gradually resolved into alternate versions of each disciple. A Wukong, who had never been imprisoned under the mountain, wild and free, but also isolated and purposeless. A Bajie, who had successfully resisted temptation and remained in celestial favor, but who seemed somehow diminished by his perfection. A Sha Wujing, who had never fallen from grace, dutiful and honored, but lacking the depth that came from experiencing redemption. Don't be alarmed, Merchant Sanzang continued, noticing their expressions of amazement and uncertainty. Every being who enters this realm encounters the selves they might have been. The question is, what will you do with these meetings? What do you mean? Tang Sanzang asked, studying this successful but unfamiliar version of himself. Some visitors become paralyzed by regret, seeing in their alternate selves the lives they should have lived. Others become arrogant, convinced that their chosen path is superior to all others. But the wisest learn from all their possibilities, integrating the wisdom of choices made and unmade. The merchant Sanzang gestured toward the mirrored city beyond. Your presence here isn't accidental. Something calls you to understand not just who you have become, but who you might have been, and how all these possibilities can serve your eternal mission of wisdom and compassion. As they entered the city proper, the experience became even more overwhelming. Every street corner revealed new versions of themselves living out different destinies. They saw a Tang Sanzang who had never left his monastery, becoming a scholar of infinite knowledge but limited experience. They witnessed a Wukong who had successfully overthrown the Jade Emperor, ruling heaven with just authority but terrible loneliness. In one remarkable plaza, they encountered a version of their group that had never met each other, each living out their individual destinies in isolation. The solitary Tang Sanzang possessed profound textual knowledge, but lacked the wisdom that came from teaching diverse disciples. The lone Wukong had achieved incredible power, but had never learned discipline through loyalty. The isolated Bajie had avoided all his painful lessons about desire and remained trapped in cycles of temporary satisfaction. The separate Sha Wujing served faithfully, but never discovered his own authentic strength. Each version has wisdom, observed the Tang Sanzang they knew, but none has achieved the integration that came through our journey together. More disturbing were the darker reflections, versions of themselves that had made catastrophically wrong choices. A Tang Sanzang who had abandoned his spiritual path for political power, wielding religious authority as a weapon of control. A Wukong whose rebellion had turned to pure destruction, bringing chaos without justice. A Bajie whose indulgence had become predatory, taking rather than sharing pleasure. A Sha Wujing whose obedience had become complicity with evil, serving without moral discernment. These shadows exist too. Acknowledge their Wukong, studying his destructive alternate with uncomfortable recognition. The capacity for these choices lives within us. But they also encountered luminous versions, possibilities that seemed to transcend even their current understanding. A Tang Sanzang who had become a Buddha in his own right, radiating compassion so pure it transformed entire realms through presence alone. A Wukong who had mastered not just his rebellion, but his need to rebel, becoming a force of perfect justice without ego. A Bajie who had integrated spiritual and material wisdom so completely that every sensory experience became a doorway to enlightenment. A Sha Wujing whose service had evolved into such profound understanding that he had become a foundation stone of cosmic harmony itself. And these possibilities exist within us too, Sha Wujing observed with wonder and humility. At the center of the mirrored city stood a single building that seemed to contain all reflections while reflecting none, a structure that appeared solid and real in a realm of infinite imagery. As they approached it, they were met by figures that were clearly themselves, but somehow more integrated, versions that seemed to contain awareness of all possibilities simultaneously. "We are the synthesis Selves," these figures explained in voices that harmonized across all variations. "We represent not any single path, but the integration of all paths' wisdom. We have been waiting for you." "Waiting for us?" Tang Sanzang asked. "Your journey through infinite realities as eternal servants has brought you to a crucial point," the synthesis Tang Sanzang explained. "You have learned to help others integrate opposing forces, hope and caution, individual achievement and collective good, connection and healthy boundaries. Now, you must learn to integrate your own infinite possibilities." The synthesis Wukong gestured toward the mirrored city around them. "Every choice you've made excluded other possibilities. But in a realm of infinite service, you need access to the wisdom of all your potential selves. The scholar's knowledge, the ruler's authority, the rebel's courage, the servant's dedication, all these aspects exist within you and can serve your mission." "But how do we integrate possibilities we never lived?" Bajie asked practically. "The synthesis." Bajie smiled with an expression that contained both indulgence and transcendence. "By understanding that you did live them in the realm of potential that exists parallel to actualized reality. Your task now is to consciously commune with these alternate selves and learn from their experiences." What followed was perhaps the strangest educational experience of their entire journey. Each traveler spent time in dialogue with their alternate selves, learning from the victories and failures of paths not taken. Tang Sanzang discovered that his scholarly alternate possessed textual knowledge that could enhance his teaching, while his imperial alternate understood the practical politics of implementing spiritual wisdom in worldly contexts. Wukong learned from his chaotic alternate the importance of the discipline he had achieved while gaining from his perfect ruler alternate an understanding of how power could be wielded with justice rather than ego. Most surprisingly, he found wisdom even in his destructive alternate, understanding the seductive nature of pure rebellion and how to recognize when righteous anger might be turning toward destructive pride. Bajie's integration proved especially profound. His celestial alternate reminded him of the spiritual heights possible through discipline, while his indulgent alternate showed him the consequences of appetite without consciousness. But most valuable was learning from an alternate who had found perfect balance, enjoying material pleasures as expressions of spiritual appreciation rather than escapes from spiritual responsibility. Sha Wujing's dialogue with his alternate selves revealed the full spectrum of service, from unthinking obedience to conscious commitment to transcendent dedication. He learned from his never-fallen alternate the value of maintaining innocence, while understanding from his deeper versions how suffering could be transformed into wisdom and strength. The integration process wasn't merely intellectual. It involved a gradual blending of consciousness that expanded each traveler's capacity for understanding and service. They weren't becoming different people, but becoming more complete versions of themselves, with access to wisdom from paths both taken and untaken. "This is overwhelming," Tang Sanzang admitted during the process. "How do we maintain our authentic identities while integrating so many possibilities?" "Identity isn't a fixed thing, but a dynamic process," the synthesis Tang Sanzang replied gently. "Your authentic self isn't the person you were, but the person you're becoming through conscious choice and continuous growth. Integrating alternate possibilities doesn't change who you are. It expands who you can become." The final stage of their experience in the mirror realm involved a profound recognition. Every being they had served and would serve also existed in infinite variations across the spectrum of possibility. Their mission as eternal servants wasn't just to help communities in this reality, but to understand how wisdom could serve across all possible realities. "When you help someone choose hope over despair," the synthesis Wukong explained, "you're not just affecting one person in one reality. You're strengthening the pattern of that choice across infinite possibilities. Your service ripples through the entire spectrum of existence." This understanding transformed their perception of their mission, from local help to cosmic significance. Every act of compassion, every moment of patient teaching, every gentle encouragement toward growth contributed to the evolution of consciousness across all possible realities. As they prepared to leave the mirror realm, now carrying within themselves expanded access to alternate possibilities and their wisdom, they were given a final gift by their synthesis selves: the ability to perceive when needed the alternate possibilities within others they served. Sometimes, the synthesis Sha Wujing explained, the most helpful service involves helping people recognize their own unlived possibilities, not to create regret for paths not taken, but to access wisdom from all potential selves in service of growth. When they emerged from the mirrored city, the landscape around them seemed more solid and real than ever, but they now carried within themselves awareness of the infinite possibilities that existed parallel to every moment. They were the same four travelers who had entered, but they were also more integrated beings with access to wisdom from countless alternate selves. That was Bajie began, then paused, searching for words adequate to the experience. Necessary, Tang Sanzang completed, understanding now why their eternal journey had led them to this strange realm. We needed to understand not just who we are, but who we might be, so we can serve from the fullest possible understanding. And we learned that every choice matters not just in this reality, but across infinite possibilities, Wukong added, his appreciation for the cosmic significance of individual decisions greatly expanded. Sha Wujing nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps most importantly, we discovered that growth involves not abandoning who we've been, but integrating who we might become with who we are. The path ahead led toward new communities and new opportunities for service, but they walked it now with expanded consciousness, beings who carried within themselves the wisdom of infinite possibilities while remaining authentically committed to their chosen path of eternal compassionate service. Behind them, the mirror realm continued its eternal function, helping other travelers integrate the wisdom of their alternate selves. Ahead lay whatever communities might benefit from servants who now understood that every moment of choice creates infinite ripples across the spectrum of existence, and that wisdom involves learning to serve from the fullest possible integration of all potential selves. And that concludes Chapter 40. Tang Sanzang and his disciples have completed their most mind-expanding adventure yet, learning to integrate the wisdom of their infinite alternate selves in the mirror realm. They discovered that true growth involves not abandoning who they've been, but expanding who they might become, and that their service ripples across infinite realities. If you enjoyed this exploration of possibility, choice, and the integration of alternate selves, please hit that like button and share your thoughts in the comments below. How do you think encountering alternate versions of yourself might change your understanding of your own choices? What did you think of the idea that our service affects infinite possibilities rather than just our immediate reality? Subscribe and turn on notifications to continue following our transformed heroes as they discover new depths of what it means to serve as eternal bridges between wisdom and need. Here at Celestial Scrolls, we're committed to bringing these profound tales of consciousness expansion and infinite possibility to life, one chapter at a time. Thank you so much for joining us on this journey through the realm of infinite selves and the integration of all possibilities. I'll see you next time as we continue with our heroes in their ever-expanding understanding of cosmic service.